Chapter 121, A Misunderstanding of Mentorship. Ding! Excitement and enthusiasm detected. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a golden treasure chest. I understand your excitement, but let's maintain our composure for the moment, Blake attempted to say, his voice slightly muffled due to the awkward position he found himself in. Although I'm thrilled at the moment, it's somewhat uncomfortable, he added, trying to hint at the situation delicately. Professor Babbling, could you please release me? He finally asked, more directly this time. Upon hearing Blake's request, Professor Babbling quickly realized the inappropriateness of her embrace. She hastily let go and reached for a nearby glass, taking a sip to hide her flushed cheeks, whether from the alcohol or her earlier actions remained unclear. Blake took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air. Despite his capability to free himself effortlessly, part of him questioned why he would want to escape such a warm and comforting embrace. Cough, cough. Professor Babbling, I'm honored by your invitation to assist you, Blake said, regaining his composure. However, could you enlighten me about the specifics of your research project? Professor Babbling's cheeks sported a faint blush, possibly from the alcohol or the recent awkward encounter. However, Blake's tactful change of subject allowed her to move past her embarrassment. Upon hearing Blake's inquiry about her research, her excitement resurfaced. My research project is focused on exploring the practical applications of ancient languages, like Nini, she explained, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It's not merely about the mundane task of translating ancient texts. I aim to unlock the magical potential of ancient languages and apply it in practical ways. She stood up, her passion evident. The current perception of ancient runic script within the field is incredibly limiting. It's relegated to translation or occasional use in alchemy, which is a gross underutilization of its capabilities. Hogwarts doesn't even offer alchemy classes. My goal is to challenge and change the industry's bias against ancient runic script. Professor Babbling's gaze fixed on Blake, her intuition telling her that he was someone who could grasp and share her vision. The parchment he had dropped earlier was a testament to his innovative thinking regarding magical applications of ancient runic script. Blake nodded in agreement. I accept your invitation, Professor Babbling, he said, his voice carrying a tone of determination. Delighted, Professor Babbling extended her hand towards Blake. It's a pleasure to collaborate with you, young man. Pleasure to work with you as well, but I must clarify, I'm not just a young man. My name is Blake Green. You can simply call me Blake, he corrected her, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Professor Babbling chuckled. Of course, Blake, but to me, you are still quite youthful. Blake's expression soured slightly. Despite understanding she was referring to his age, he couldn't help but feel irked by the label. Let's focus on the matter at hand, Blake, Professor Babbling said, shifting back to a more professional demeanor. I'm curious about your level of proficiency in ancient runic script. Her interest in Blake's skills was natural, given her lack of knowledge about his actual capabilities. The parchment he had dropped hinted at his creative thinking, but revealed little about his true mastery of ancient runic script. You're welcome to test me, Blake responded confidently. He understood that practical testing was the most effective way to demonstrate his knowledge and proficiency, especially in a field as complex as ancient runic script. Mastery in this area required not only memorization, but also a deep understanding of each symbol's meaning, similar to the nuanced and rich history of Chinese characters. The task of testing proficiency in ancient runes is straightforward. Professor Babbling handed a scroll of parchment to Blake. All right, let's begin. Write down all the ancient runes you've learned, word for word. As long as you don't activate any magic, you can write these symbols on parchment. Blake frowned and asked, Do I have to write them all? Of course, otherwise, how would I know your true level? Then, can I just write down the ones I understand? I'll leave out the ones I don't for now, Blake suggested. Babbling nodded. You can write down the ones you haven't understood on another piece of parchment later. I'll explain them to you. Babbling remembered her commitment to teaching Blake the ancient runes. Blake frowned again. Sigh. Professor Babbling, do I really have to do this? Absolutely, Babbling insisted, seeing Blake's hesitation. If he hadn't taken out the parchment, she might have thought he understood nothing at all. All right, then you'll need to prepare another roll of parchment for me. Huh? Babbling was momentarily confused by his request. However, Blake didn't elaborate. Instead, he spread the parchment on the desk beside him and began to write with practiced ease. Shasha! The sound of the feather pen scratching against the parchment filled the room. Babbling glanced over, nodded in approval, and returned to her sofa to read. After a while, Babbling looked up to see Blake still writing intently. She decided to focus on her book, assuming it wouldn't be long before Blake finished. Considering his youth, she doubted he knew many ancient runes. Time passed, and Babbling, engrossed in her book, momentarily forgot about Blake's presence. After finishing her book and enjoying a sip of wine, she glanced at the clock. It's been 2 hours already. Suddenly, she remembered Blake. Why hadn't he called her yet? Was he asleep? She turned around and was astonished to see Blake still writing, the desk covered in parchment. She could barely make out the densely packed ancient runes. Impossible. He knows this much ancient rune? Setting down her wineglass, Babbling approached, half expecting to find that Blake had been scribbling nonsense. Without alerting him, she picked up a piece of parchment and began to read. Instantly, her relaxed demeanor turned to confusion. She recognized only about 2/3 of the runes. The remaining third was unfamiliar. How could this be? Babbling was in disbelief. Perhaps Blake had made a mistake? But as she examined the unfamiliar runes, she sensed a faint magic emanating from them. This meant one thing: these unknown runes were genuine. Refusing to give up, Babbling checked other unfamiliar runes and found they were all authentic. Ding! Detected a shocked emotion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden treasure chest. Blake, hearing the system's prompt, turned to see Professor Babbling examining the parchment, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. Professor Babbling? Blake ventured. Blake, have you finished writing? Babbling asked, still in disbelief. Well, not yet. I just wanted to mention that this roll of parchment is almost out. Do we have more? Babbling gritted her teeth as she looked at Blake, her frustration evident. How much of this ancient Nivian script that you've written do you actually understand? She asked, her tone laced with disbelief. Blake, looking genuinely confused, responded, Huh? I haven't even started on the parts I don't understand yet. Didn't you advise me to first complete the sections I've mastered? It's likely to take several more scrolls of parchment to finish. Professor Babbling's eyes narrowed slightly, disbelief coloring her tone. You're saying it will take several volumes of parchment to complete? Are you serious? Blake nodded earnestly. He had delved deep into the bookcases of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, absorbing the ancient texts in the Niven language that filled several large bookshelves. Even a few more volumes might not suffice, he exclaimed. So, you've mastered all of these? Babbling asked, pointing to the parchment. Yes, Blake confirmed. Then, with a hint of skepticism, Professor Babbling pointed to an ancient Niven text on the parchment. What does this word mean? Blake glanced at it and casually replied, It means light. Professor Babbling frowned. But doesn't the ancient Niven text for light look different? She wrote another symbol on a blank piece of parchment. Blake looked at it and smiled. This also means light. However, these two lights differ slightly. Can light be different? Babbling asked, puzzled. Absolutely. The light denoted by this word is much brighter than that of the other. They differ in brightness, Blake explained. Babbling, still confused, asked, Brightness? So, the ancient Niven text for light has variations in brightness? Yes, similar to how the color red in lipstick can have many shades. Light, too, can have varying intensities. For instance, Blake said as he wrote two more ancient Niven texts, these both mean fire, but one represents a small fire and the other a large blaze. Despite both denoting fire, their intensities are vastly different. Babbling nodded, her understanding growing. She then pointed to another symbol. What does this mean? It resembles the ancient Niven text for water, but it seems a bit off. That's because it represents acidic water, Blake explained. This ancient Niven text is somewhat dangerous. Once activated, it produces a pool of highly corrosive acid water. As Blake continued to patiently answer Professor Babbling's questions, her interest piqued. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Wait, wasn't I supposed to be the one teaching him ancient runes? Why does it feel like he's teaching me instead? Even though babbling was usually unflappable, her cheeks now flushed with embarrassment. She fixed Blake with a stern look. You seem to know so much already. Do you even need my guidance? Blake, seemingly unaware of babbling's irritation, earnestly replied, I still have much to learn and many questions to ask you later. Babbling, her frustration mounting, asked, just how many ancient texts have you memorized but not yet mastered? Blake pondered for a moment. I haven't counted, but these several volumes of parchment will definitely not suffice to cover everything. Babbling, now visibly angry, rolled up her sleeves. You little rascal, you clearly know more than I do, yet you come to me for guidance? Are you mocking me? Blake looked at Babbling, shock evident on his face. Professor, could it be what I've just written? Babbling, teeth clenched in frustration, confirmed. Yes, what you've just written shows you've completely mastered ancient runes. I barely recognize 2/3 of it, let alone understand it. Blake, still in shock, replied, No, it can't be. It seemed quite straightforward to me. Babbling, her forehead vein throbbing, snapped, Yes, I know, but please, no more reminders. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Extreme frustration detected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden treasure chest. Blake fell silent, his mind racing. The realization that the professor of ancient runic at the school, an expert in the field, knew less than he did was unexpected. Blake had grown so accustomed to his own exceptional abilities that he overlooked the fact that not everyone had access to the same cheat codes he did. His memory and talent for ancient runic text were unparalleled. He could grasp and remember it effortlessly, a feat no one else seemed capable of achieving. Professor Babbling, despite her youth and having graduated only a few years prior, had already demonstrated remarkable knowledge of ancient runic script. It was indeed impressive that she could recognize 2/3 of the over 10,000 ancient runic symbols Blake had written. Yet, comparing her abilities to a prodigy like Blake was unfair. Blake observed Professor Babbling, who was usually vibrant and energetic, now looking dejected as she aimlessly drew circles on her favorite sofa. Her inability to match her students' proficiency in ancient runics crypt filled her with shame. You should go back first. It's already late, Babbling said, her voice tinged with defeat. Professor, actually, Blake began, sitting next to Babbling, attempting to offer some explanation and comfort. You don't need to explain. I know, it's not your fault, she interrupted. Actually, you don't know. You don't know that as a professor of ancient runic script, my level is far inferior to yours. Babbling continued, her voice faltering. I'm just a useless person. After studying ancient runic script for so many years, I'm not even as good as a first grader. I'm sorry for being born a human. I will resign and leave tomorrow to find Professor Bleedu, she concluded, her despair palpable. Blake was taken aback. He hadn't expected his professor to spiral into such depths of despondency. Just as he was about to respond, Babbling suddenly leaped up from the sofa. Ha! Did I scare you? Did you think I was depressed? She asked, a mischievous glint in her eye. You're not? Blake stammered, relief and confusion mingling in his voice. Babbling fixed him with a stare. Are you really trying to make me depressed? She teased. Blake shook his head vigorously, denying the accusation. All right. Although I'm not as good as you, it's not a big deal. You're so talented. Doesn't that mean you can provide great help for my research project? Babbling said, her usual cheerful demeanor returning. Stop. This is a good thing. But, Babbling paused, then suddenly sat closer to Blake and hugged his shoulder. The plan seems to be changing. How about I become your assistant? Huh? Blake responded, taken aback by the sudden shift in their dynamic. Chapter 122. Blake, the sword arrives. Professor, do not step on the sword and fly. Blake's expression was one of concern as he said, This isn't ideal. You are the professor, he continued, troubled by the role reversal. How can a professor act as an assistant to a student? Babbling fixed him with a stare. I get the feeling you're reprimanding me. You're being overly sensitive. That wasn't my intention, Blake quickly clarified. But, since we're both aiming for the same goal, does the title really matter? As long as the task is completed effectively, that's what counts. Babbling understood that Blake was trying to spare her feelings. Reluctantly, she conceded, though it didn't sit well with her, especially knowing her proficiency in ancient runes was not as advanced as Blake's. This realization made her even more uncomfortable. "Fine, but you won't escape confinement this month," she said, a mix of resignation and jest in her tone. "I was supposed to be teaching you ancient runes, yet here you are, teaching me. However, this is also a blessing in disguise. There are very few who surpass my knowledge in ancient runes, which means my own learning has plateaued for some time. Your presence is beneficial for me. I'll be in your care this month, Professor Green." Approaching with a playful smile, Babbling saw Blake shudder. "Professor, please, let's remain calm," he suggested, then quickly added, "Since our goal is to advance the study of ancient runes together, I'd also like to gauge your understanding, Professor Babbling. Please, write down the runes you're familiar with on this piece of parchment." Taken aback, Babbling clenched her teeth and accepted the parchment. She was frustrated, feeling an urge to lash out, but recognized the necessity of the exercise. If she was to seek advice, it was only fair the other party knew her level of understanding. It was a different approach to teaching and learning. With a heavy heart, Babbling picked up the quill, thinking, if only you were a few years older, this wouldn't be so awkward. "How long have you been studying ancient runes?" she asked. "About 2 months, give or take 15 days, Blake replied nonchalantly. The quill snapped in Babbling's hand. "You're infuriating," she exclaimed. "Ding! Jealousy detected." A voice chimed in Blake's head, followed by, "Ding! Awarding treasure chest to the host." "Ding! Congratulations! You've received a silver treasure chest." After leaving Professor Babbling's office, Blake felt a sense of accomplishment. Although Babbling's knowledge in ancient runes wasn't as extensive as his, he had still learned something valuable. He was able to recognize and understand all but one of the runes Babbling had written, a rune she had encountered in an ancient tomb. After much experimentation, she had deduced its meaning to be manipulate. Blake pondered over this rune, composed of 6 smaller symbols, each potentially holding its own meaning. The complexity suggested it meant more than just manipulate. Lost in thought, Blake hadn't noticed the time until it was past 11 at night. "Who's there?" He suddenly turned to see Furchie, looking exhausted and carrying cleaning supplies, with a trace of anger still visible on his face. "It's you?" Furchie said, setting down the mop. "Go back to your dormitory. If I catch you out at night again, I'll have to take you in." After recognizing Blake, Furchie recalled how Blake had once cured his cat's illness. This memory prompted him to forgive Blake for the current situation. "Thank you, Mr. Furchie." Blake expressed his gratitude with politeness. "This mess must be the work of the Weasley twins. Those rascals!" he exclaimed, piecing together the events. "They're clearly seeking revenge." "Unfortunately, they were too quick to catch," Blake mused, remembering how the twins had scampered off earlier, their pockets bulging with dung bombs. It dawned on him that Furchie, being a muggle and unable to use magic, was probably still dealing with the aftermath. Unlike wizards, who could effortlessly clean up with a simple spell, Furchie faced the daunting task of manual labor. Pondering over this, Blake retrieved a stack of parchment and a pen filled with special ink from his pocket. He meticulously inscribed several ancient runes on the parchment. After completing one, he handed it to Furchie, who looked on, puzzled yet trusting. Blake worked diligently, producing 10 rune-inscribed parchments in total. "Mr. Furchie, these parchments are enchanted with cleaning runes. Should you encounter a stubborn stain, press this red dot firmly. Once the parchment heats up, toss it towards the mess you wish to clean," Blake explained, confident in Furchie's ability to activate the runes despite his muggle status. This was because, unlike squibs who possess magical potential but cannot perform spells, muggles could still interact with certain magical objects. Furchie, though skeptical, was too exhausted from his cleaning ordeal to question the gift. With a polite farewell, Blake left, leaving Furchie to test the magical parchment. Approaching a particularly foul stain, Furchie's frustration peaked. Recalling Blake's instructions, he pressed the red dot on the parchment, and to his amazement, upon throwing it, the stain vanished in a flash of light, leaving no trace behind. The parchment had worked just like a wizard's cleaning spell, granting Furchie a semblance of magical ability. Thrilled by the possibility of wielding magic through these runes, Furchie treasured the remaining parchments. Meanwhile, Blake, fueled by curiosity and the night still young, headed to the Room of Requirement to delve deeper into the mysteries of the ancient runes. His experiments led to a breakthrough understanding of the rune's true meaning, manipulation, a concept that unified the 6 directional symbols into a single, powerful rune. Excited by this discovery, Blake began experimenting with his alchemical materials, eager to explore the potential of his newfound knowledge. Elsewhere, in the foreboding confines of Nurmengard, Gellert Grindelwald stood before Albus Dumbledore, suggesting a departure from the grim surroundings. The narrative hinted at a deeper, unfolding story, connecting the past with the present through the lens of magical discovery and intrigue. Grindelwald sat in the corner of his cell in Nurmengard, his frame as thin as ever, yet there was a fragile look about him now. Despite this, a spark of life had returned to his eyes, a testament to an inner change. "I cannot leave this place," he declared with a sense of finality. "As long as I remain here, my former followers will be less inclined to stir trouble." Gucci understood the gravity of Grindelwald's words. After Grindelwald's defeat, his followers had scattered, many still at large. If Grindelwald were to leave Nurmengard, it was certain they would rally to his side once more. Yet, the Grindelwald of today harbored no desire for conflict, especially not against Dumbledore. Age had mellowed him, and the battles of his past no longer held allure. "Have you yet to discover who rescued Blake from the magical institution?" Gucci asked, his voice betraying his frustration at his own failure. "I fear I have not," Gucci admitted, feeling inadequate. "But I suspect he must be one of your followers, Master, seeking to use Blake to bring about your resurgence." Grindelwald chuckled at the notion. "If that's his aim, he's partially succeeded. I've indeed found a new purpose. However, he'll be disappointed to learn I've no intention of returning to my old ways, even if I were to leave this prison." Meanwhile, Blake had become a ghost among the corridors of Hogwarts. Outside of classes and detentions, he was nowhere to be found. Cassandra and Hermione suspected he was hiding in the Room of Requirement, a place he had warned them was currently too dangerous to visit. Thus, despite their curiosity, they respected his wishes and kept their distance. That was until one evening at dinner, when Blake appeared in the Great Hall, attacking his meal with an unusual fervor. This sudden reappearance signaled to his friends that whatever project had consumed him was now complete. "What have you been up to, disappearing like that?" Cassandra demanded, sliding into the seat next to him. Her tone was half joking, half serious, reflecting her genuine concern and curiosity. Blake, pausing with a chicken leg halfway to his mouth, replied with a twinkle in his eye, "I've stumbled upon something truly fascinating." His statement immediately captured the attention of those nearby, sparking a flurry of guesses and questions. "It's not a new kitchen gadget," Blake clarified in response to Hannah's guess, prompting her to muse about her own culinary journey. "What is it, then?" Hermione pressed, her Gryffindor curiosity getting the better of her. Cedric and others joined in, each throwing out their own theories and eager for the reveal. Blake hesitated, glancing towards the faculty table, aware that what he had might stir controversy. "It's not exactly forbidden," he mused, scratching his head, unsure how to proceed under the watchful eyes of the professors and his peers. The anticipation in the air was palpable as everyone leaned in, waiting for Blake to reveal his mysterious discovery. Blake thought to himself that the time was ripe. With a confident tone, he announced, "Well, since that's the case, you better watch closely." The room fell silent as everyone's attention turned towards him. Standing up, Blake called out with even more volume, "Sword, come forth!" Instantly, a white figure burst from his pocket, soaring into the air before finally coming to a halt in front of him. The crowd's eyes widened in awe as they realized the white figure was, in fact, a sword. This sword was nothing short of magnificent. Both the hilt and the blade were adorned with intricate patterns, and at their intersection sat a small gemstone. Within this gemstone, a cluster of fiery red flames danced quietly, lending an ethereal beauty to the weapon. "Left, right, up, down," Blake commanded, and the sword responded, moving fluidly through the air. The professors, seated at the faculty table, couldn't help but notice the spectacle. Professor Babbling's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Could this be The ancient runic script he learned from me? She wondered silently. Dumbledore observed the sword with a mixture of interest and caution. His experienced eyes recognized it as an alchemical creation. Given his knowledge of Blake's skills in alchemy, he assessed that the sword posed minimal danger. Yet the fact that it was a flying sword introduced an element of risk, especially around other students. Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, had abandoned her meal entirely. Noticing Dumbledore's lack of immediate concern, she felt a surge of irritation. Does he not care about the safety of his students? She thought, vexed. She stood up, with Professor Sprout following close behind, determined to intervene. Oblivious to the professor's growing concern, Blake continued his demonstration. This is just the beginning. Now, watch its true potential, he boasted. Lowering the sword to the ground, he stepped onto it as if it were a skateboard and commanded, "Rise!" In an instant, he was soaring through the air, much to the astonishment of his classmates. Professor McGonagall was beside herself with worry. "Blake, how dare you? Get off that sword this instant. It's far too dangerous," she exclaimed. From the sidelines, Dumbledore watched Blake's antics with a resigned smile. That boy is looking for more trouble. Is he aiming for another detention? He mused silently. Ding, detected angry emotion. Ding, detected shocked emotion. The system's prompts only made Blake laugh harder, reveling in the reactions he had provoked. However, the sight of Professors McGonagall and Sprout's stern faces quickly wiped the smile off his face, and he began to sweat nervously. "Professors, please allow me to explain," Blake pleaded, hoping to defuse the situation. Chapter 123, A Lesson in Sensibility and Alchemy. In the principal's office, Dumbledore sat comfortably in his chair, a smile playing on his lips as he delivered his verdict. The detention period is extended by half a month, 10 points will be deducted, and your sword will be confiscated, he announced. Blake's face fell in disappointment, but he quickly composed himself, shaking his head in resignation. "No objections, Professor," he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of respect. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the large sword that lay before him, his fingers tracing the ancient runic inscriptions etched into its surface. "These runes were taught to you by Professor Bathilda, correct?" he inquired, his interest piqued. Blake nodded in affirmation, watching as Dumbledore admired the craftsmanship of his alchemical creation. "Indeed, it's a remarkable piece of alchemy. The materials may not be the finest, but the craftsmanship is exceptional," Dumbledore praised, acknowledging Blake's skill. Despite the initial punishment, Dumbledore couldn't help but recognize Blake's talent. "Your alchemy is commendable. I shall restore the 10 points I deducted," he declared, balancing the scales of justice with a nod of approval. Blake couldn't help but puff out his chest in pride. Connections, he thought, do indeed have their power. Dumbledore, however, was far from finished with his examination of the sword. As he delved deeper into the analysis, Dumbledore's curiosity was piqued by the sword's energy source. Alchemical tools typically relied on ancient runes for power, which required frequent replacement. Yet, upon closer inspection, Dumbledore realized that Blake's sword harbored a far more potent source. "Phoenix fire?" he murmured, his eyes widening in astonishment as he observed the small flame sealed within a gem on the sword's hilt. This revelation significantly increased the sword's value, as Phoenix fire, particularly the Philosopher's Fire, provided an almost endless source of energy, surpassing even the magical power of ancient artifacts like the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's gaze shifted back to Blake, curiosity burning in his eyes. "Where did you acquire the Philosopher's Fire?" he asked. Blake, unfazed, produced a manuscript from his pocket, claiming it to be Nicholas Flamel's work on the Philosopher's Fire as the ultimate alchemical energy source. With a sly gesture, he summoned the Frost Phoenix to his arm, falsely attributing the source of the Philosopher's Fire to the creature's flames. The Frost Phoenix, seemingly puzzled by Blake's claim, hesitated before unleashing a torrent of Philosopher's Fire upon Blake's command. Dumbledore, reacting swiftly, managed to contain the fire with his wand, narrowly averting disaster. Blake knew he couldn't reveal his true knowledge of fire magic to Dumbledore, lest he raise suspicions about his learning sources. Fortunately, his plan to attribute the fire to the Frost Phoenix seemed to convince the headmaster. After the demonstration, Dumbledore, still holding the sword and the contained ancient fire, mused about showing it to Nicholas Flamel, a hint of pride in his voice, reminiscent of a parent boasting about their child. As Blake left the headmaster's office, his earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by a confident belief that Dumbledore would indeed showcase the sword, recognizing its unique value and the ingenuity behind its creation. Blake's intention in openly showcasing his manipulation of the flying sword was clear. He aimed to reignite Nico Lemme's passion for alchemy, to show him that despite reaching great heights, there were still unexplored territories and hidden wonders within the field. This was Blake's way of persuading Nico Lemme to abandon his thoughts of death, encouraging him to live on for another decade or two. The potential confiscation of the flying sword was of little concern to Blake, as he had crafted more than one. As Blake prepared to head back to the dormitory, he received an unexpected note from Professor Babbling. The note informed him that the location for that evening's detention had been changed from her office to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. This change puzzled Blake. He wondered why they would venture near the Forbidden Forest to study ancient languages like Niv. Moreover, leaving the castle to head towards the Forbidden Forest at 8 in the evening seemed like a breach of school rules. It was already 7:50 p.m. Night had enveloped the surroundings. As Blake made his way past Hagrid's hut towards the Forbidden Forest, he spotted 3 figures waiting at its edge. Hagrid's towering presence was unmistakable. Beside him stood Professor Babbling, engaged in conversation. However, it was the third figure that took Blake by surprise. "Penny, you're here for detention too?" Blake inquired, somewhat taken aback. Penelope responded with a mix of anger and frustration. "And here I thought you were avoiding me on purpose. After you were released from solitary confinement, I hoped you'd finally have time to teach me dueling. But then, you ended up in solitary confinement again. While others get a few days, you disappear for at least half a month." Blake could only offer a shrug in response. "I had no idea flying swords were prohibited at Hogwarts." Their conversation was interrupted as Hagrid and Professor Babbling concluded their discussion. Hagrid, casting a curious glance at Blake, commented on his frequent and lengthy detentions. Blake, feeling somewhat exasperated, cut him off, assuring him that he would head straight back to the castle after his detention and steer clear of the Forbidden Forest. Professor Babbling approached with an air of excitement. "You're here! Fantastic! Let's get started," she exclaimed, eager to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Blake, however, requested a moment to clarify the situation. "Could you explain why we're here, and why is Penelope involved?" Professor Babbling, though anxious, patiently explained, "Tonight is for practical learning. Remember, we're not like those who spend their days buried in books. We're here to experience the magic of ancient runes first, and Miss Granger is here to assist me." Understanding dawned on Blake. He nodded in agreement, then playfully added, "Your decision is perfect, Professor. How did you know I'd be uncomfortable without Penelope by my side?" Penelope playfully kicked Blake, urging him to stop his teasing. The trio, now in good spirits, ventured into the Forbidden Forest, ready for an evening of magical practice. The forest's edge, known for its flat hunting ground, served as a practical learning site for advanced students, offering a unique setting far removed from the traditional classroom environment. In the Creatures Protection class, the hunting ground was now bathed in a dim yellow light from the torches that had been lit around its perimeter. The darkness that once enveloped the area was pierced by this soft illumination, revealing numerous wooden targets that had been meticulously set up across the field. "Ha! Young man, are you here to share a cup of tea with me?" Professor Kettleburn's laughter boomed across the hunting ground. He was holding one of the wooden targets, evidently having lent a hand in arranging the setup. Not exactly, Professor. I'm here for detention," Blake replied. "Ha! I understand. It's because of your flying sword, isn't it? I must admit, it seems incredibly useful. If only my moon-crazed beast could be as manageable as your sword, I wouldn't have to worry about it sneaking into the Forbidden Forest and becoming prey," Professor Kettleburn mused. After assisting Professor Babbling in preparing the venue, Professor Kettleburn bid them farewell and left the hunting ground. Before departing, he extended an invitation to Blake for a cup of tea at his residence after the detention. "I didn't expect you to be so popular," Professor Babbling remarked. "Ah, I thought you had already figured that out," Blake responded, feigning surprise and clutching his chest. Professor Babbling chuckled at Blake's jest. "Ha, never mind. I'll refrain from teasing you further." She then unrolled a large parchment and placed it on a table that had been set up in advance. "Do you recall the ancient runes combinations we discussed a few days ago? Now, it's time to put them to the test." Penelope raised her hand, inquiring, "What should I do?" "You will be responsible for recording, Miss Cravats. Simply sit here and jot down the data I provide," instructed Professor Babbling. Penelope nodded and took her seat at the table. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Professor Babbling and Blake working in seamless coordination, setting up for the experiment. She still wondered if Blake's request for detention at Professor Babbling's was genuinely to enhance his proficiency in ancient runes, as he claimed. "All right, let's begin," announced Professor Babbling. "First, we'll test this combination. Be cautious. It might cause an explosion." Blake nodded and handed Professor Babbling a palm-sized blank paper card. She took out a pen filled with special ink and began to meticulously inscribe the ancient runes onto the card. Given the potential danger of these runes, where a single incorrect stroke could lead to catastrophe, she proceeded with utmost care, even donning a suit of armor for added protection. After completing the inscription, Professor Babbling handed the card back to Blake for review. "Take a look. Did I make any mistakes?" "Well, no, your progress is impressive," Blake complimented. "Ha, of course, it's my talent." Cough, cough, Professor Babbling began to boast, but then caught herself, remembering the prodigious student before her who had surpassed her own knowledge in just 2 months of self-study. "Never mind, you're a good teacher," she conceded humbly. Meanwhile, Penelope was rubbing her ears in disbelief. "Is there something wrong with my ears? Did I just hear Blake teaching Professor Babbling ancient Sumerian? Ah, I must be tired from waking up too early this morning," she reasoned, dismissing her confusion. Blake and Professor Babbling, oblivious to Penelope's astonishment, continued with their work. Blake took the pen from Professor Babbling and added a small ancient Sumerian symbol to the text. "This rune will extend the duration. Otherwise, it might explode prematurely, which would be dangerous," he explained. After examining the additional strokes Blake had made, Professor Babbling's initial confusion turned to enlightenment. "So that's the purpose. The ancient Sumerian text you provided that day also included an extra symbol that seemed superfluous at first. I hadn't realized its significance until now," she exclaimed, finally understanding the utility of the seemingly unnecessary symbol. Penelope, once again, found herself grappling with doubt. "I don't think I misheard. This is truly remarkable." It turned out that Professor Babbling was actually seeking advice from Blake on her own area of expertise, ancient Sumerian. Penelope, upon realizing this, looked at Blake and Professor Babbling in astonishment. She suddenly remembered something crucial. "If I'm not mistaken, does this imply that Blake's knowledge of ancient Sumerian surpasses even Professor Babbling's?" she thought, visibly shocked. As Penelope processed this revelation, Blake turned to her with a smile. "Senior, why not give it a try?" he suggested. "Try what?" Penelope asked, puzzled. "Experiment with our novel application of ancient Sumerian," Blake explained as he walked over, gently pulled Penelope to her feet, and handed her a card. Professor Babbling observed but did not intervene. Her ultimate aim was to make ancient Sumerian accessible to the general public. Since many potential users, like Penelope, had limited knowledge of ancient Sumerian, their ability to adapt to such products was crucial for widespread adoption. Without this adaptability, the innovative transformation of ancient Sumerian could not progress. Press down on this symbol firmly. Once you feel the card warming up, throw it immediately. Can you manage to throw the card far? Blake instructed. Penelope nodded, though her confusion was evident. She didn't understand Blake's intentions, but focused on the wooden target he had indicated. Following his instructions, she pressed the symbol forcefully. The card began to heat up almost instantly, triggering a sense of urgency within her. Without hesitation, Penelope threw the card towards the target. The card sailed through the air, spinning perfectly before striking the wooden target and falling to the ground. However, before it even landed, the card exploded with a loud boom, obliterating the target into splinters. Staring at the remnants of the wooden target, Penelope realized the danger she had narrowly avoided. Overwhelmed by fear and anger, she turned to Blake, wand in hand, and declared, "Blake, I'm going to fight you." "Penelope, calm down," Blake pleaded as he started to run, trying to evade her. "Calm down? How can I possibly be calm after that? You reckless fool. That was incredibly dangerous," Penelope retorted, her anger unabated. "Penelope, even if you hadn't thrown the card, I would have protected you," Blake assured her, attempting to calm the situation. Their chase continued, with Blake skillfully dodging Professor Babbling's attempts to intervene. However, the professor suddenly caught Blake by the neck, smirking as she pushed him towards Penelope. "Professor? That's hardly fair," Blake protested, wincing as Penelope began to land her punches. "Ouch! Penelope, be gentle! Wait, not there!" In the midst of this chaos, Blake felt a coin he had kept close to his body begin to heat up, emitting an alarming sound. Is something happening at the Purple Horn tribe? He wondered, his attention shifting towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest, indicating a new twist in their adventure. Chapter 124, The Unconventional Approach to Beast Riding Leaves Quirrell in Tears. "Professor Babbling, Senior Sister Penello," Blake began, his voice tinged with urgency. "I must leave immediately, but I'll return shortly." With a slight shrug, he effortlessly slipped from Professor Babbling's grasp and dashed towards the Forbidden Forest, his figure quickly disappearing among the dense trees. Both Professor Babbling and Penello were momentarily stunned by his sudden departure. The Forbidden Forest was notorious for its dangers, and the thought of Blake venturing into its depths alone was alarming. Professor Babbling, realizing the gravity of the situation, knew she couldn't allow Blake to face the perils of the forest unattended. As his supervising professor, she would face severe consequences if anything were to happen to him. "Blake, wait!" she called out, her voice laced with concern. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted after him, her long strides carrying her swiftly into the forest. Penello, witnessing Professor Babbling's determined pursuit, felt compelled to follow. The idea of being left alone was frightening, and despite her confusion, she couldn't bear the thought of abandoning them. Blake, initially intending to use his levitation cloak to fly directly to his destination, reconsidered his plan upon noticing that both Professor Babbling and Penello had followed him into the forest. He quickly retrieved his suitcase from the expansion pocket of his cloak and, with a flourish, opened it to reveal its contents. In an instant, he activated 2 Pokeballs, summoning 2 colossal creatures, Icarius, the majestic king of horned camels, and a fiery red giant bear named Xiongda. To Professor Babbling and Penello, it appeared as though Blake had unleashed 2 formidable beasts from a mere suitcase. "Professor, there's no time to explain. If you're coming, ride on Xiongda," Blake instructed, pointing towards the giant bear. In the past 2 months, Xiongda had grown significantly, its size now 2 or 3 times larger and clad in a full set of alchemical armor, enhancing its defense. Xiongda knelt before Professor Babbling and Penello, its armor shifting to reveal a sturdy saddle. "I'll lead the way," Blake declared before swiftly mounting Icarius and disappearing deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The sight of Xiongda's immense form was intimidating, yet its determined demeanor suggested it was ready for battle. Professor Babbling, realizing the urgency of the situation, grasped the metal saddle and hoisted herself onto Xiongda's back. She had intended for Penello to stay behind, but felt someone climb up behind her, securing themselves to the saddle. Xiongda, sensing their readiness, let out a roar and immediately launched into a sprint, activating its extreme speed ability. The sudden acceleration turned Professor Babbling's words into screams, with Penello clinging tightly to her waist. They were now experiencing the thrill of extreme speed, following the path Blake and Icarius had cleared through the forest. Xiongda moved with such velocity that it seemed to avoid every obstacle effortlessly, its alchemical armor transforming it into a veritable tank. Blake, riding atop Icarius, leaned forward to minimize wind resistance and avoid the low-hanging branches. He had informed Icarius of the potential threat to the Purple Horn tribe, spurring the Camel King into action without the need for further encouragement. Agarius chose the most direct route, its enhanced physique and armor, allowing it to plow through the Forbidden Forest with unstoppable momentum. As Blake and his companions raced through the forest, they were united in their mission, their unconventional approach to beast riding, leaving an indelible mark on their adventure. Professor Babbling watched in astonishment as Blake swiftly mounted the llama, her mind swirling with questions. Firstly, the origins of the two formidable creatures accompanying Blake were a mystery. Secondly, she pondered the identity of Blake's friends. And, most importantly, she wondered why Blake was in such a rush to enter the Forbidden Forest. The presence of these two beasts raised numerous concerns. Were they simply wandering around the castle? The questions were endless, but for now she decided to put her inquiries aside, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. "Little rascal, just you wait," Senior Penelope exclaimed, clinging tightly to Professor Babbling's slender waist to avoid being thrown off. Despite the chaos, she was still trying to process the situation. Moments ago, she was assisting Professor Babbling and Blake with a card test, and now she found herself riding an enormous armored bear through the Forbidden Forest. "Blake, you little rascal, I'm a Ravenclaw. Why are you dragging me into something only a Gryffindor would do?" she protested, only to realize, "But it seems I climbed up here myself?" Confusion gave way to realization under Blake's influence. A Ravenclaw who acted without thinking was no different from a Gryffindor. Meanwhile, in another part of the Forbidden Forest, a dark figure moved slowly. "Master, please, drinking unicorn blood will curse you," Quirrell pleaded from beneath his cloak. "Your body is at its limit, Quirrell. If you don't drink," the cold voice of Voldemort interrupted, indifferent to Quirrell's fate. "It doesn't matter to me. I can wait for the next servant. But you're going to die soon, and even your soul will dissipate." Quirrell, already suffering from the side effects of Voldemort's possession, was desperate. Failing to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, his body was deteriorating. The urgency of their actions, coinciding with the Halloween party, was thwarted by Snape, forcing them into hiding once more. Quirrell knew he didn't have much time left, and Voldemort's insistence on drinking unicorn blood was driven by his own survival instincts. Imagining the power and wealth Voldemort's resurrection could bring, Quirrell was tempted. Soon, Quirrell spotted a beautiful unicorn leisurely walking under the trees. "Go, Quirrell. Kill her and drink her blood. Your life will be saved, and once I'm resurrected, I will have ways to lift those curses. You know my capabilities," Voldemort's seductive voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. With a heavy heart, Quirrell raised his wand towards the unsuspecting unicorn. Just as he was about to cast the deadly spell, a loud noise startled him. Turning around, he saw a massive creature passing by. Before he could react, something struck his shoulder, sending him flying into the bushes. Blake, sensing something amiss, looked back but saw nothing. Then, hearing a horse neighing, he turned to see a unicorn approaching. "Karina!" he exclaimed, recognizing the unicorn he had tamed. "Shilulu, where are you going to play?" Karina inquired. "Don't follow me. Karina, this isn't a game. It's going to be dangerous. Go back to your tribe," Blake warned. After a moment, Karina obediently turned and returned to her tribe, understanding the gravity of the situation. Hidden in the bushes, Quirrell lay motionless, feeling as though death was imminent. His already frail body had taken a severe beating. "You're worthless," Voldemort's furious voice echoed in Quirrell's mind, but Quirrell's consciousness was fading. "Ah! Ah!" he groaned in pain. Pathetic. Voldemort was on the verge of collapse. In a desperate attempt to preserve his life, Quirrell had consumed unicorn blood, only to be struck down by an unforeseen force. It seemed Quirrell's end was near, a prospect Voldemort found intolerable, not out of any affection for Quirrell, but because his own resurrection was at stake. Without Quirrell, finding another servant as deceitful and useful would take too long, and Voldemort was impatient after years of waiting. "Quirrell, get up!" Voldemort commanded, his voice filled with reluctant urgency. Quirrell, struggling to conserve the last vestiges of his magical power, suddenly opened his eyes. On a distant beach, the sound of horned camels filled the air. A caster, bearing Scar's Fro on the battle, struggled to rise. He looked around at his fallen clansmen, regretting not calling for help sooner. They had underestimated the poachers, choosing to face them alone out of pride. The poachers, well prepared, had used poison gas instead of spells, knowing the camel's scales would repel magic. The gas left the camels paralyzed, unable to defend themselves. A caster was the only one to escape the initial attack, but now he was outnumbered and surrounded. "This horned camel is impressive," a poacher remarked, eyeing a caster. "Let's take it to the Colosseum." Despite the numerous stun spells and the lingering effects of the poison gas weakening him, a caster tried to focus on the tall wizard before him, though his vision was blurred. "It's a shame. There used to be a powerful horned camel here," the tall wizard mused. "Is it captured?" he called out. "It's done," came the reply. "No time to waste. Take the young and the strong. Kill the rest for materials," he ordered. Though a caster couldn't understand the words, he sensed the grave danger. With a defiant roar, he faced the poacher. "Impressive. It's still standing. Even a fire dragon would have fallen by now. Could it be the new king of this tribe?" the leader speculated. "Quick, capture it. It'll be a fortune for my Colosseum." As the poachers moved in, ropes appeared, binding a caster's front legs. Overwhelmed and exhausted, he was quickly subdued. With a heavy heart, he looked towards the beach, where the young of his tribe were being taken. He noticed a poacher with a knife poised to strike a fallen clan member. With the last of his strength, a caster let out a final roar, a desperate plea for mercy, and a call to arms for any who could hear. With a roar of defiance, the forest momentarily fell silent, only to be shattered by an even louder roar echoing from the depths of the forbidden forest. A caster, exhausted and on the brink of collapse, breathed a sigh of relief. "Ren, you're finally back," he whispered before his strength gave out and he crumpled to the ground. The poachers, however, paid him no mind, their attention riveted on the emerging figure from the forest. "It's the king of the horned camels," one exclaimed, eyes wide with a mix of fear and greed. "It's back," another added, as the group readied themselves for what they believed would be the catch of their lives. "Today, we take it with us," the leader of the poachers declared, his voice tinged with excitement and determination. "Remember, even if we leave the others behind, this king of the horned camels is ours." But their confidence was soon undercut by a chilling voice that seemed to emanate from the very shadows of the forbidden forest. "It's a pity that none of you will be taking anything with you, not even yourselves." The poachers tensed, the leader scanning the dark forest with a nervous gaze. He was prepared to order a retreat at the first sign of overwhelming opposition, a tactic that had saved them on numerous occasions. The ground began to tremble with a series of heavy thuds, creating the illusion of an earthquake under the poachers' feet. Then, from the shadows, emerged a creature of such majestic presence that it took their breath away. A gigantic horned camel, its size and stature far surpassing anything they had ever encountered, stepped into the clearing. The poachers were struck dumb, their plans and bravado forgotten in the face of this awe-inspiring beast. But it was the sight of the figure seated atop the horned camel that truly confounded them. A boy, no more than 11 years old, looked down at them with a calm that belied his years. The leader of the poachers, caught between incredulity and anger, almost laughed. "To think we were nearly scared off by a child," he thought, his mind racing to assess the situation. Yet as the standoff continued, it became clear that this was no ordinary child, and the horned camel he rode was no ordinary beast. The air was charged with a palpable tension, a prelude to a confrontation that would decide the fate of the Ned camels, and perhaps the poachers themselves. Chapter 125. No need for human help. My allies are not of this world. The leader of the poachers was visibly irritated. In their line of work, survival often meant being perpetually on edge, ready to confront danger at any moment. Thus, when an unexpected figure emerged, his first instinct was to retreat, prioritizing caution over confrontation. However, to his dismay, the figure was merely a young wizard, hardly a threat in his eyes. The sight was so unexpected that it even drew snickers from his subordinates, much to his chagrin. "What are you laughing at?" he barked, his anger palpable. "A moment's carelessness could be the death of you." His words silenced them immediately, their heads bowed in submission. Meanwhile, Agcarius, the horned camel, surveyed the beach, his heart swelling with anger at the sight of his captured kin. Yet, without a signal from Blake, he restrained himself, though his body trembled with barely contained rage. "Really, you think you can stop us?" The poacher leader scoffed, eyeing Blake with disdain. "Do you have reinforcements? Call them out. Let's see if they can keep us from leaving." His challenge was a test, underestimating Blake and Agcarius. To him, the horned camel, despite its formidable appearance, posed no significant threat, confident in his ability to handle such creatures. What he truly wondered was whether Blake had additional support. Suddenly, a massive bear burst from the forbidden forest, landing with a thunderous crash beside Blake, stirring up clouds of dust. Blake glanced at the bear, a smirk of satisfaction on his face. This dramatic entrance was exactly what he had hoped for. Professors Babbling and Pinello, witnessing the scene, instantly understood the situation. The presence of horned camels and wizards equipped with unusual tools could mean only one thing: poachers. The realization struck them simultaneously. The poacher leader stared at the giant bear, Xiongda, in astonishment. Such a creature was unheard of, not fitting any known classification in the magical world. Its armored appearance suggested it was trained, and the witch riding it, with her unnaturally pale complexion, only added to his shock. In truth, Professor Babbling's pallor was not due to fear, but the sheer speed of the bear's arrival, a sensation she had yet to recover from. Yet, to her, the poachers posed less of a threat compared to the bear's intimidating velocity. Reflecting on Blake's earlier achievements, including taming a troll on Halloween night, Professor Babbling considered the possibility that the horned camels were indeed Blake's allies. His knack for befriending magical creatures made the idea seem plausible, despite the overwhelming presence of the giant bear and the formidable horned camels. As Blake turned towards Professor Babbling, he noticed the poacher's attention was elsewhere, likely focused on her or Senior Pinello. However, now was not the time for distractions. Gently patting Agcarius, Blake signaled for them to advance. "I don't need anyone's help," Blake declared, his confidence unwavering. His statement hung in the air, a testament to his reliance on the extraordinary creatures by his side, rather than human allies. "Help?" Blake said, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. "It seems you'll be stuck here forever." The poacher sneered, unable to hide his disdain. "Don't need help from others? You're nothing but a weakling. I could crush you with just one hand." Blake sighed softly, the sound almost lost amidst the tension. He dismounted from Agcarius's back with a fluid grace. "Go ahead, do as you please," he said, his voice calm. Agcarius, sensing the shift in atmosphere, fixed the poachers with a glare that promised retribution. The poachers, despite their bravado, couldn't shake off the oppressive feeling that suddenly weighed down on them. "I don't need help from others," Blake continued, his smile cryptic as he climbed onto Xiongda's back and wrapped his arms around Senior Pinello's waist, eliciting a startled exclamation from her. "Because my allies are not of this world." Pinello, despite her academic excellence, was visibly shaken by the sight of the menacing poachers. Her courage in Nocturne Alley, daring to speak out to save Blake, was a bold move she hadn't fully comprehended the danger of. Blake, recognizing her bravery, was determined to protect her. "Don't worry, I will protect you," Professor Babbling declared, drawing her wand with a confidence that reassured them. Blake wasn't sure of the professor's capabilities, but her confidence was a good sign. "Don't worry, Professor Babbling. We're just spectators here." "Agcarius is no ordinary llama," Blake assured her, his eyes on the majestic creature that had faced countless battles, its strength far beyond its former self, especially with the enhancements Blake had provided. The poachers, professionals in their field, quickly prepared their hunting tools, their stance calculated and precise. They might not stand a chance against a herd, but trapping one seemed feasible to them, despite Agcarius's imposing size. The leader of the poachers, holding a small green bottle, was confident. The poison gas within was potent enough to bring down even the fiercest of dragons. To them, the expense was justified for capturing the king of the horned camels. Agcarius stood tall, waiting patiently for the poachers to make their move, ready to demonstrate the true might of its lineage. In an instant, Agcarius vanished, leaving the poachers stunned. A scream pierced the air as one of their own was sent flying, lifeless before he even hit the ground. The remaining poachers were paralyzed with fear as Agcarius reappeared, as if it had never moved, its gaze filled with disdain. "No one can underestimate the power bestowed upon me by my king," Acarius declared, its voice echoing with authority. The poacher leader, now realizing the grave mistake they had made, was filled with anger and fear. But it was too late. Ding! Anger, fear emotions detected. Ding! The treasure chest is being extracted for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a silver treasure chest. Blake heard the system's notifications, a smirk spreading across his face. He stood up from Xiangda's back, pointing down at the poachers with a taunting gesture. "Didn't you say you could crush me with one hand? It seems you've underestimated your opponent." Blake taunted the poacher leader with a smirk. "Say that again, if you can actually crush me without any help." His tone was laced with mockery as he continued. "Can you really crush me with one hand? Right now, there's clearly no one here to assist me. Why haven't I seen you try to crush me yet? It seems you can't do it either. What a bunch of incompetence," Blake whispered under his breath. The poacher leader was seething with rage at Blake's audacity. Blake, however, didn't need any human assistance at that moment. The horned camel by his side was a formidable ally, stronger than several teams of Aurors combined. "Before you spout such nonsense, why don't you try sending this beast away first?" the leader of the poachers bellowed in anger. Blake, amused by the continuous beeping from his system, couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, the shamelessness. A group of adults ganging up on me, an 11-year-old child. You refuse any help on my part, yet you balk at the assistance of my pet. Do you lack the confidence to take on a child by yourself?" The leader was boiling with fury. If not for the menacing glare of the horned camel king, he would have charged at Blake to silence him. But it wasn't just the horned camel. A giant bear remained motionless nearby, and the witch seated atop it hadn't even made a move. Her calm demeanor suggested she was no ordinary witch. Despite his anger, the poacher leader hadn't lost his senses. He was contemplating retreat. The operation had been costly, and abandoning the horned camels meant a significant loss. The poison gas bottles alone had cost him tens of thousands of galleons. How could he just walk away? "Huh? Gone silent, have you? Planning to leave now?" Blake taunted further. The other poachers exchanged glances, their desire to flee evident. They knew the horned camel's weakness, but their numbers were insufficient for the task at hand. If they had more people, perhaps they could reconsider their strategy. Suddenly, the poacher leader laughed, his resolve hardened by Blake's provocations. "Do you think that's all I've got?" He crushed something in his hand, signaling for reinforcements. Blake halted Acarius, who was about to attack again. The poacher leader was calling for backup. Let him call, Blake decided, jumping off the bear's back. Soon, the beach was filled with the sound of wizards apparating. The poacher leader had summoned all his forces, even those guarding their base. Tonight, they were determined to capture the horned camel and deal with Blake and the giant bear. On the opposite side stood 3 people and 2 giant beasts, confidence radiating from them despite the odds. The poacher leader was willing to risk everything he had on this gamble. Professor Babbling's calm expression finally shifted. Despite her confidence, the sheer number of wizards opposing them was daunting. "Blake, we have to go. There are too many of them," she urged. Blake laughed in response. "How many of them? How capable are they? It's not every day that so many villains come after me." Professor Babbling stared at Blake with a mix of anticipation and irritation. She was eager to remove this troublesome student from the scene. Oh, I'm gonna beat them too!" Xiangda the bear roared with excitement. "Okay, then off you go. Professor, senior sister, please step back. We're really gonna fight now," Blake instructed. Reluctantly, Professor Babbling and Pinello jumped down from their vantage point. Professor Babbling realized that having another giant beast on their side could buy more time for their evacuation. She hurried back to inform Professor Dumbledore of the situation. Professor Dumbledore knew he had to intervene. No matter how many little creatures they had, they needed to be stopped. "Kill!" the leader of the poachers roared. Dozens of wizards behind him unleashed their spells simultaneously. Xiangda let out a thunderous roar and stood protectively in front of Blake and the others, shielding them from the barrage of spells. He glanced at his armor, noticing only a slight chipping of the paint, which only boosted his confidence. With a roar, he charged into the crowd, ready to unleash havoc. However, these poachers were seasoned professionals, having even battled wild dragons, and were not easily bested. Xiangda's initial attack missed its mark, and he found himself on the receiving end of several spells. Undeterred, he attempted to charge again, but a large net suddenly enveloped him from above. Opening his mouth wide, Xiangda unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the net to ashes in an instant. With a powerful slap, Xiangda sent an unfortunate poacher flying, who tumbled several times before coming to a stop, barely breathing. Despite Xiangda's bravery, the experienced poachers quickly overpowered him. Agcarius, on the other side, initially caught the poachers off guard, eliminating several of them. However, once the poachers regrouped, they managed to subdue Agcarius as well. The remaining poachers charged straight at Blake. "Your pets are all tied up. What are you going to do now?" the leader of the poachers sneered. Professor Babbling stepped forward, intending to shield Blake, but she was stopped by his laughter. "Do you really think those two are my only allies? I don't even need to lift a finger to defeat you." Blake's confident declaration made the poacher leader hesitate, wondering if more reinforcements were about to arrive. Just then, Blake smiled slyly and suddenly threw 7 or 8 flower pots into the air. The poachers watched in confusion, not understanding the significance of this seemingly innocuous act. However, they would soon learn that in the world of magic, even the most ordinary objects could become weapons in the right hands. Chapter 126, A Surprising Defense. "What are you doing?" Professor Babbling was on the verge of panic. The enemy was closing in, and yet, here they were, seemingly preoccupied with arranging flower pots. With more than 10 opponents left, who could unleash their spells simultaneously, Professor Babbling feared the worst. It seemed an impossible situation to fend off alone. But just as despair began to take hold, something extraordinary happened. From one of the flower pots, a mass of black tentacles erupted, startling both Professor Babbling and Senior Pinello, who instinctively stepped back in alarm. These sudden tentacles formed a barrier in front of them, effectively shielding the trio from the advancing threat. As the poachers launched their attack, casting spells powerful enough to fell giant trees, it seemed a dire situation. Their intent was clear. No one was to be left standing. Yet, when their spells collided with the black tentacles, there was no effect. The spells seemed to be absorbed, leaving the tentacles unscathed. Professor Babbling watched in amazement as the tentacles remained intact. Turning to Blake with a look of surprise, she saw his confident smile. "Is this what you expected?" she asked. "Of course," Blake replied, spreading his hands. "I never said my only allies were magical creatures." Babbling bit her lip, a mix of admiration and surprise in her voice. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to have so many secrets." "Hey, Professor Babbling, can I trust you?" Blake asked, pushing up his alchemy glasses, which caught a glint of light. "Of course, you can trust me," Babbling assured him. "Then, please keep today's events a secret," Blake requested, a hint of concern in his voice about the potential consequences of their discovery. Babbling smiled warmly and playfully pinched Blake's cheek. "Of course, I don't want you getting fired, you little rascal. But you do know what to do when we get back, right?" Blake, caught off guard, stammered, "No, I don't know." "Then Sister will teach you when we get back." Babbling teased, causing Pinello to interject with a cough, urging her to maintain her composure. Blake, now looking at Pinello in shock, asked, "Do I need to keep it a secret from you too? Senior sister, are you not on good terms with me? Have you also betrayed me?" Blake exclaimed, half-jokingly. Outside the barrier created by the devil's net, the poachers were baffled. "What the hell is this?" one of them exclaimed upon seeing the resilient tentacles. "This is the devil's net," another recognized, astonished that Blake had brought such a thing with him. Unfazed, they continued their assault, expecting their fiery spells to damage the devil's net. However, they were met with disappointment. The devil's net, bred by Blake to be fire-resistant, showed only minor damage, which quickly healed, leaving the poachers frustrated and incredulous. Blake, peering through a small opening in the tentacles, taunted them. "Why did you stop? Run out of energy so soon? That's not good. Maybe you should get checked out at St. Mungo's in case it's something serious. Early treatment, early enjoyment," he said, his sincerity only fueling their anger further. A leader among the poachers, unable to contain his rage, cast a spell directly at Blake. But a thick tentacle swiftly intercepted, blocking the spell effortlessly. "Hey, don't be angry, it's my fault," Blake continued to taunt, his words only inciting further ire. "Little bastard, don't come out if you have the ability," the leader shouted, gesturing to his followers to try a different tactic. The chapter showcases Blake's clever use of the devil's net to protect himself and his companions, turning what seemed like a hopeless situation into a display of his resourcefulness and strategic thinking. The devil's net was closing in, but Blake had a plan. "I'm not coming out," he declared confidently. "Go out, or are you afraid you'll end up as our dinner?" taunted the little boss, trying to provoke Blake. "If you don't come out, you can do anything to us. You'll just watch helplessly as we snatch your two pets right before your eyes." He was attempting to distract Blake, hoping his companions could launch a surprise attack. "Hey, are you blind? How many flower pots did I throw out just now?" Blake challenged, his tone laced with mockery. The little boss felt a chill run down his spine. Blake had indeed thrown several flower pots earlier, but where had they all gone? "Those of you thinking of sneaking up on me, take a look at your feet," Blake suggested with a smirk. The poachers glanced down and were shocked to find their feet surrounded by what appeared to be ordinary plants. "Chinese biting kale?" the little boss exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "Exactly," Blake replied with a grin. "But unfortunately for you, there's no prize for guessing right. Run!" The little boss attempted to apparate away, but it was too late. The Chinese biting kale, a specially enhanced version bred by Blake, reacted with lightning speed. Before the mini-boss could focus enough to apparate, a kale snapped at his wand-holding hand, disrupting his concentration. The rest of the poachers fared no better. Half of them were quickly overwhelmed by the aggressive plants, their screams of pain filling the air. The poacher leader, who had been directing the attack on Agcarius, turned at the sound of the commotion. He was horrified to see his men incapacitated, unable to help those caught by the kale due to their own fear of being attacked next. "Forget the bear. We'll all die if we don't retreat," the leader ordered, deciding to abandon their original plan of capturing the creatures alive. "Just use the killing curse." "Avada Kedavra!" A green curse shot towards Xiongda, who narrowly avoided it with an agile leap. However, the next curse struck him squarely in the chest. To the poachers' astonishment, the curse was repelled by the armor Xiongda wore, leaving them stunned and confused. Meanwhile, the poachers trying to assist their fallen comrades only caused more harm, inadvertently injuring them further in their attempt to remove the biting kale. The sight of their own blood and the severity of their injuries left them in shock and despair. I just wanted to help him," stammered one poacher, his voice trembling with fear and regret. "Forget them. Let's focus on killing these creatures. Use the Fiendfire curse," one poacher commanded desperately. "What? But this is a forest. If it catches fire," another protested, aware of the potential disaster. "What do I care? Just do it," the first poacher insisted, determined to fight fire with fire, literally. Professor Babbling, overhearing the poachers' plan from a distance, was outraged. "They actually want to burn the Forbidden Forest with Fiendfire. If that fierce flame spreads, it won't just be the Forbidden Forest at risk." The situation had escalated beyond a mere confrontation. The poachers' willingness to resort to such destructive measures showed their desperation and disregard for the consequences, putting everyone and everything in the Forbidden Forest in grave danger. The flames raged with increasing ferocity, a reminder that once ignited, they are difficult to quell. Professor Babbling understood the gravity of the situation all too well. The potential consequences were dire. Amidst the tension, Blake spoke up, his voice calm but firm. "I still have 2 pots of plants that haven't been revealed yet. Their fire, it cannot be extinguished by flames." These 2 mysterious flower pots were strategically placed behind the devil's snare, hidden from the view of onlookers but clearly visible to Babbling and Pinello. Despite their uncertainty about what else Blake might have up his sleeve, they couldn't help but see him as a pillar of strength, even at his young age of 11. With a gentle pat on the devil's snare, Blake signaled for action. Instantly, 2 holes appeared beneath the plant, and through them emerged two peculiar plants housed in the flower pots. Babbling and Penello were taken aback. They had never seen anything like these plants before. Resembling cannons with eyes dripping behind their barrels, these plants were unlike any other. The sound of rapid firing filled the air as the plants began to shoot green light spots with incredible force. The impact was devastating. The ground bore holes, and a boulder was shattered upon contact. The poachers, caught off guard, were either injured or forced to flee behind large rocks, relying on iron armor spells for protection. "What kind of plant is this?" Professor Babbling asked, her voice laced with astonishment. The sheer power of these plants challenged everything she knew about magical flora. Blake, while tending to the plants with a nutrient solution, explained, "This is my latest creation in magical botany. I call it the pea shooter, though it's more accurate to say it's a high-speed variant. I've enhanced their firing rate. A small bottle of nutrient solution yields thousands of shots, an excellent bargain." As the battle raged on, the effectiveness of the pea shooters became evident. The poachers' defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and soon the beach was littered with casualties. The sight was gruesome, a stark reminder of the violence that had unfolded. Penello, overwhelmed by the scene, succumbed to nausea, while Professor Babbling's complexion turned pale. Despite her vast experience and courage, the brutality of the situation was hard to stomach. Blake, undeterred, continued to command the battlefield. "Keep up the suppressive fire," he instructed the pea shooters. "I'll handle the group hiding over there." With that, he introduced two more plants, gigantic cacti. He directed them to target specific enemies, ensuring they avoided hitting their own allies. To Babbling's amazement, the cacti seemed to acknowledge Blake's command with a nod, a behavior she had never witnessed in plants before. This scene painted a vivid picture of the chaos and the unexpected allies found in magical plants. Blake's innovative use of botany not only turned the tide of the battle, but also expanded the boundaries of what was considered possible in the magical world. Professor Babbling was on the brink of questioning her sanity. Whoosh, whoosh! In a blink, the cactus launched its sharp thorns with deadly precision. The thorns found their targets silently, striking down several poachers who had encircled Xiongda and Agcarius. Instantly, 7 or 8 of them collapsed. Seizing the moment, Agcarius and Xiongda, who had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity to retaliate against their agile adversaries, sprang into action. Thud, thud, thud! Agcarius dispatched several poachers with powerful blows, while Xiongda managed to slap 2 more into unconsciousness. The leader of the poachers, protected by an iron armor charm, narrowly avoided the cactus's assault. He watched in disbelief as his men fell one by one, his face a mask of incredulity. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" he exclaimed. "Dozens of my men against just the 3 of you. How could we possibly lose?" The leader was in turmoil, unable to comprehend how his seasoned veterans were being overpowered so effortlessly. "Are my men nothing more than fodder?" he lamented. "What are you?" he demanded, his voice laced with panic and confusion. "Why do you possess such power? This is utterly impossible." At that moment, a series of notifications chimed. Ding! A wave of panic detected. Ding! Extracting a treasure chest for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a silver treasure chest. Blake smirked dismissively. "Really, is this the best loot we can get?" he muttered under his breath. "And you call yourself a boss?" His tone dripped with disdain, mocking the poacher leader's incompetence and the underwhelming reward. Chapter 127. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Screams echoed in the distance once again. It turned out that the few poachers hiding behind the rocks had been dealt with by Xiongda, who had acted swiftly and decisively. The leader of the poachers watched as all his men fell, his heart turning as cold as the ice of winter. It was over. Everything was over. His desperation had led to the demise of his entire crew. Even if he managed to save his life today, surviving in the future seemed impossible. As Blake and the 2 giant beasts, a bear and a horned camel, slowly approached, the poacher leader knew that if he didn't run now, escape would be impossible. Blake's gaze was fixed on his wand. To apparat, one needed a wand, and although it was possible to do so without one, it required extremely high magical skills, which he did not possess. Moreover, Even if he could apparat without a wand, it might be too late given the speed of the approaching creatures. However, the poacher leader's left hand quietly reached into his trouser pocket. He believed in always having a backup plan. Blake and his companions hadn't noticed his subtle movement, and he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Despite losing all his men and the impossibility of continuing his poaching career, he had accumulated some savings over the years. As long as he had money, he had life, and with life, there was hope. But in the next instant, his hope was doused as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Blake suddenly produced a large, shiny silver wand and declared, "The portkey is coming." The broken pocket watch, which was the poacher leader's portkey in his last hope, flew out of his pocket. Blake caught the pocket watch and, sensing the magic within it, ready to burst forth, tapped it lightly with his wand. The magic of the portkey was temporarily suppressed. "How did you know I was trying to escape with the portkey?" the poacher leader asked, disbelief etched on his face. Blake's lips curled into a slight smile. "It was a good guess. If I were in your shoes, I'd think of running away too. After all, you're not the type to die avenging your comrades. There are only 3 ways to escape: having a phoenix to send you away, apparating directly, or using a portkey. It's clear you don't have a phoenix, and apparating is unrealistic since we've prevented it. That leaves the portkey as your only option." Blake had an unspoken advantage. He was proficient in legilimency and occlumency, allowing him to read the poacher leader's intentions. The moment the man decided to flee, Blake had used legilimency to learn that his portkey was a pocket watch. If the poacher leader had managed to escape despite this, Blake would have considered himself ineffective. However, this was a secret advantage that others were unaware of. Penello and Professor Babbling watched Blake with admiration. Professor Babbling thought to herself that only someone with such a sharp mind could self-learn ancient runes. Following this, Blake collected several silver chests as rewards. "What are you going to do? Let the aurors catch me?" the poacher leader asked, now feeling utterly defeated. He had considered a sneak attack, but he stood no chance against the 2 behemoths alone. Escape was futile, and he had not anticipated being outsmarted and captured so easily. The boy before them appeared to be no older than 11 or 12, yet his mind was astoundingly meticulous. He had even anticipated their plan to use the portkey as an escape route. "Inform the aurors to apprehend you?" he questioned. "No, observe the situation at hand," Blake replied. "If I were to let the auror capture you, I wouldn't be able to escape myself. Therefore, you're left with only 2 options," Blake stated coldly. "And what might the second option be?" The leader of the poachers inquired hastily, his interest piqued. "The second option," Blake continued with a smirk, "is to purchase your life with your money. As long as you pay me, I can assure you that you won't meet your end by my hand." The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Demanding his money was akin to demanding his life. How was that any different from killing him directly? The leader began, his voice laced with reluctance, but Blake cut him off. "Consider your options carefully," Blake interjected with a chuckle. "Money can be earned again, but once life is extinguished, it's gone forever. The greatest tragedy is to die with unspent wealth. Thus, life is of paramount importance." The leader's initial impulsiveness subsided as he pondered Blake's words. As long as he remained alive, he could leverage his connections to rebuild his fortune, albeit with some difficulty. "All right, I agree to your terms, but how can I trust you to keep your word?" the leader asked, skepticism evident in his tone. "Do you really have any other choice?" Blake retorted, leaving the leader at a loss for words. "Now, reveal where you've hidden your money," Blake demanded. "It's at the destination of the portkey you confiscated," the leader disclosed reluctantly. "That's my safe house. All my assets are there." Blake's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Excellent. However, to ensure you're not deceiving me, you'll remain here for the time being," he said, casting a spell that left the leader petrified, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Professor, please stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll retrieve the money," Blake said, preparing to leave. "No, you stay here. I'll go," Professor Babbling insisted, taking the pocket watch portkey from Blake's hand. Blake was taken aback. "But how can we be sure it's safe?" "Don't worry, I've handled situations like this before. I'll make sure to recover all his money, Professor Babbling assured him before activating the portkey and vanishing. Blake, left behind, pondered Professor Babbling's past adventures. He then proceeded to release the leader from the petrification spell and securely bound him with a rope conjured by a spell. Turning his attention to a llama lying on the ground, Blake inquired, "What did you do to them?" "I used a special poison gas to paralyze them," the leader confessed. Poison gas. Blake's interest was piqued. "Do you have more? Show me." "There's another bottle in my pocket. I intended to use it on a horned camel, but never got the chance," the leader explained. With a wave of his wand, Blake retrieved the vial from the leader's pocket, examining the poison gas within. Though it seemed unremarkable at first glance, Blake sensed its potential usefulness and decided to store it in his system warehouse for future use. "Are you certain the money is hidden at the portkey's destination?" Blake asked, already confident in the truthfulness of the leader's claim through the use of legilimency. "Yes," the leader replied, his voice filled with resignation. Blake's curiosity was further piqued when he mentioned the Colosseum, noticing the leader's sudden tension. "Please, don't ask about that. If you do, it could mean death for both of us." "You have no idea who's involved," the leader warned, his anxiety palpable. Blake was left contemplating the mystery behind the Colosseum, realizing the situation was more complex than he initially thought. "But I bet you don't know how brutal my methods can be," Blake said, pulling out a Chinese biting kale and holding it menacingly in front of the leader. The leader's eyes widened in fear as he observed the kale, its leaves adorned with sharp white teeth, chilling him to the bone. Didn't you promise you wouldn't kill me?" the leader stammered. "That depends on your cooperation," Blake replied coolly. "I've already told you everything," the leader protested, his gaze fixed on the menacing plant still clutched in Blake's hand. "The Colosseum belongs to a powerful figure. His identity is a mystery to us, but we poachers supply him with ferocious magical beasts, and he pays handsomely for them." Blake interrupted. "So, he pays a premium for these fantastic creatures just to have them fight each other?" "Yes," the leader confirmed. "The gambling lords have made a fortune from the Colosseum. Many have envied his domain, but those who dared to challenge him have all mysteriously disappeared." Blake's interest was piqued. "Give me the address of the Colosseum." What are you planning to do?" the leader asked, a hint of fear in his voice. "I, too, am fascinated by ferocious fantastic beasts," Blake said, his tone darkening. "But I refuse to squander them on such barbaric entertainment." Seeing no further reason to resist, and perhaps sensing the futility in doing so, the leader divulged the location of the Colosseum. He believed Blake was signing his own death warrant by meddling with the Colosseum, but that was no longer his concern. Afterward, Blake turned his attention to treating a wounded llama with his veterinary skills. The injuries, though severe, were within his capability to heal. As for the poachers, who had been knocked unconscious by the anesthetic gases, he left them to recover naturally. The bodies of the deceased poachers were another matter. Blake gathered them with a levitation charm and incinerated them with a gooblai fairy fire, reducing them to ashes that mingled indistinguishably with the beach's fine sand. Once the grim task was completed, he extinguished the magical flames. "Blake?" Senior Penello's voice, tinged with shock, broke the silence. Blake turned to find her complexion deathly pale. So many people died. Blake understood immediately. The sight of so many lives extinguished so swiftly was overwhelming for Penello. "Yes, they're all dead," he acknowledged. "But doesn't that mean you killed them?" Penello struggled with the words, the reality of Blake's actions weighing heavily on her. "Yes, Senior Sister Penello, the plants used were cultivated by me, and I deployed them with my own hands." "So, your assertion is correct," Blake admitted, without evasion. Penello was torn. The gentle and kind boy she knew had taken lives, many lives. The stark contrast was difficult for her to reconcile. "I had to ensure your safety, Senior Sister," Blake explained, his voice firm. "There were too many of them. Had I hesitated, we might all have perished, along with my friends and the entire tribe of horned camels. When faced with someone intent on killing you, the only recourse is to strike first, not wait to become a victim." Penelo was silent, contemplating Blake's words. Though difficult to accept, she understood the harsh necessity behind his actions. He was right, Miss Clearwater. Showing mercy to an enemy is a cruelty to oneself, Professor Bobbling said, suddenly reappearing with a portkey. Beside her were several large boxes filled to the brim with galleons. The leader, witnessing the scene, nearly fainted. Those were the boxes he had hidden so carefully, believing they would never be found. He had hoped to use them as a fund to start anew, but now he was left with nothing. Professor Babbling patted the boxes. It seems our friend here was quite wealthy. Now, let's ensure these ill-gotten gains are put to better use. Blake surveyed the heaps of galleons with a heavy sigh. It appears you've been at this for quite some time. Sister, these gold coins, they're all tainted with blood. Penelo gazed at the coins, her shock evident. How many heinous acts must have been committed to accumulate such wealth? Their readiness to kill us without hesitation reveals their extensive history of violence and silence. The leader's complexion turned pale. Now, can you let me go? Let you go? I merely stated I wouldn't kill you. I never said anything about letting you go. What? What? Panic laced the leader's voice. Blake retrieved his suitcase and, with Professor Babbling's assistance, began transferring the money into it. You can't do this. I've spent all my wealth to buy my life. As Blake snapped the suitcase shut and dusted off his hands, he replied, Indeed, you've bought your life from me, so I won't kill you. But as for now, I'm leaving. As for you, perhaps you should try to escape. I promise I won't stop you. Now, let's leave this matter behind. Turning to Icarius, Blake continued, Please, stay with your tribe for a few days and calm them. I'll return in a few days. As for him, whatever you and your people decide to do with him is none of my concern. Blake gestured towards the bear as he spoke. No, don't. You're sentencing me to death. The leader's voice was filled with despair and anger. After ensuring Penelo and Professor Bobbling were securely seated on the bear's back, Blake too mounted the creature. I haven't killed you. You brought the wrath of the Purple Horn tribe upon yourself. Their desire for vengeance is not my concern. Xiongda, let's move. With a deep, resonant, ooh, hold on, the bear began its journey, leaving the fate of the leader in the hands of the tribe he had wronged. Chapter 128, Lao Ba's Secret Small Hamburger, a Unanimous Delight. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, right where the talisman had been tested, Blake dismounted from the bear's back. Professor Babbling and Senior Penelo followed suit, climbing down one after the other. Xiongda, the bear, sat up, his large belly protruding as he gazed at Blake with a look of simple honesty. Then, raising his massive paw, he pointed at Professor Babbling and Senior Penelo, his confusion evident. Are these two part of your group? Blake, misunderstanding Xiongda's gesture, smacked him lightly on the forehead in exasperation. What nonsense are you spouting now? Xiongda, looking wronged, covered his forehead with his paw, his eyes filled with confusion. Professor Babbling, hands on her hips, demanded an explanation. All right, Blake, would you care to explain what's going on here? Blake turned to her with wide, innocent eyes. Explain? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Professor. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp tug on his ear. Playing dumb now, are we? Perhaps I should discuss this with Professor Dumbledore instead. Blake hastily interjected. No, please. That would be disastrous for me. Professor Babbling chuckled. At worst, you'd be expelled. But don't worry, I'd still come to visit. Blake sighed, resigned. All right, I suppose I owe you an explanation. Let's start with these two pets of mine. After a while, Blake concocted a story about the origins of the two beasts, involving a chance encounter and a plea for adoption. It was a fabrication, but Professor Babbling and Senior Penelo listened intently, though they were clearly taken aback by the tale. Professor Babbling, observing Blake's demeanor, knew he wasn't revealing the whole truth. Yet, she understood that everyone has their secrets, including herself. So, what's your plan? Will you keep this completely under wraps, or? She inquired. Blake gave a wry smile. Do you honestly believe anything from tonight should be disclosed? It appears not, Babbling replied with a smile. The beasts and the plants involved were strictly forbidden, and revealing them could have serious consequences. Yet, she felt a sense of trust from Blake, appreciating that he didn't conceal these matters from her. Let's agree that tonight's events never happened. You can trust me. But be cautious in the future. Not everyone is as discreet as I am, she advised, understanding the gravity of what Blake had shared. Penelo nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of discretion. Blake then suggested, since we're all in this together, let's split any profits equally. Penelo protested, I didn't contribute anything. I don't want to share. Blake laughed, but you're part of this now, whether you like it or not. Fine, but I insist on taking a smaller share, Penelo conceded. Their agreement solidified their bond, ensuring mutual trust and confidentiality. Professor Babbling, observing Blake, remarked, You don't quite fit the Hufflepuff mold, do you? Curious, Blake asked, and which house do you think I belong to? Slytherin, she replied, noting his shrewdness and cunning. Blake's expression darkened momentarily. Let's not mention that to my father. I think Hufflepuff suits me just fine. Meanwhile, the poachers on the other side of the Forbidden Forest had been dealt with, causing no further trouble for Hogwarts. However, one unexpected development arose. Professor Quirrell fell ill, leading to Snape covering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes for the foreseeable future. 2 weeks had passed, bringing a slight uplift to Snape's spirits upon hearing that Quirrell was on the mend. However, when Blake caught wind of Quirrell's recuperation, a stir of suspicion unsettled his heart. Memories of a chilling scream in the Forbidden Forest flashed through his mind, prompting him to muse, this can't merely be a coincidence. With a thoughtful scratch of his chin, a sly smile crept across Blake's face. As the Defense Against the Dark RTS class concluded for the day, Blake dashed out of the classroom with such haste he nearly collided with Snape, who was on his way out. Snape, infuriated by the near miss and Blake's swift escape, which left him no time to deduct points, swallowed his anger and sought solace in a sip of his ever-ready calming potion. Turning to Harry, who was about to exit, Snape snapped, Potter, did you think skipping class would go unnoticed? 5 points from Gryffindor, he declared, finding a perverse comfort in Harry's bewildered and aggrieved reaction. Undeterred, Blake continued his sprint until he reached Professor Quirrell's office door. Pausing to compose himself, he peered into a mirror, mustering a concoction of emotions, 3 parts nervousness, 5 parts worry, and 2 parts urgency. With his performance skills finely tuned, he knocked. Quirrell's feeble voice soon inquired from within, Who is it? It's me, Professor. Blake, he replied. The door creaked open to reveal Quirrell, clad in pajamas, his complexion ghostly pale and eyes deeply sunken, resembling a frail child. Come in, Quirrell invited weakly. Blake, stepping inside, couldn't help but notice Quirrell's delicate condition. Professor, how have you been? He asked with genuine concern. It's okay, Quirrell responded, his breath short. His body was on the brink, having considered the desperate act of hunting a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest for its blood, a deed interrupted by an unforeseen force that sent him flying. In the nick of time, Voldemort, unwilling to lose a crucial servant, expended years of accumulated mana to save him. Now, both master and servant were left drained. I've just had a relapse, Quirrell explained vaguely, not delving into the dire straits of his and Voldemort's situation, nor their plans to venture again into the Forbidden Forest in search of a unicorn to stave off death. You don't need to worry, Blake, Quirrell assured, misinterpreting Blake's concern as fear of losing the opportunity to witness the great power Quirrell had promised to show him. This misunderstanding brought Quirrell a twisted sense of satisfaction, believing Blake was drawn to the allure of dark magic. After a moment of contemplation, Blake presented Quirrell with a paper bag. Professor, this is a dish I've concocted from rare herbs I borrowed from Professor Sprout's greenhouse. It's incredibly nourishing and should aid in your recovery, he claimed, revealing the contents to be a hamburger. A friend named Lao Ba shared this secret recipe with me. I've enhanced it with rare herbs, making it far more beneficial than its original form. I've named it Lao Ba's Secret Little Burger. Quirrell, intrigued yet cautious due to the peculiar aroma wafting from the bag, hesitated. Blake, sensing his reluctance, continued to praise the virtues of Lao Ba's Secret Little Burger, assuring its effectiveness in recovery. After consuming the peculiar burger, Quirrell remarked, This must be a type of medicinal diet, noting its unusual aroma. Despite his initial reluctance, influenced by Blake's expectant gaze, he couldn't help but wonder if there was a deeper purpose behind this meal. Quirrell reasoned that Blake had no motive to harm him. On the contrary, if Blake desired to harness great strength from him, ensuring his health was paramount. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Quirrell braced himself for the first bite. Unwrapping the burger, the odd smell intensified, striking a chord of familiarity. "I added durian to it, Professor," Blake revealed, clarifying the source of the unique scent. Quirrell, now understanding the inclusion of the divisive fruit, hesitantly took a bite. The taste was overwhelmingly strange, prompting an internal debate over whether it was truly durian or something far less appetizing. Despite his initial disgust, Quirrell noticed a surge of strength coursing through his frail body, a sensation that left him both shocked and intrigued. The immediate effect of the burger, despite its repulsive taste, was undeniable. Quirrell's usual weakness was replaced with a newfound vigor, suggesting that these unconventional burgers could be a viable alternative to his dangerous reliance on unicorn blood. Observing Quirrell's reaction, Blake presented him with a bag containing dozens more of these medicinal yet foul-tasting hamburgers. Grateful yet still repulsed by the taste, Quirrell accepted the gift, recognizing its potential to aid his plans without further endangering the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest. In a gesture of appreciation, Quirrell shared a notebook with Blake, filled with travel notes and insights into the dark arts, hinting at a deeper connection and potential influence over Blake's interests. As Blake departed, Quirrell, alone in his office, couldn't resist taking another bite of the burger, only to be reminded of its disagreeable flavor. Meanwhile, Blake, amused by the situation, reflected on his motives for aiding Quirrell. Beyond the strategic value of keeping Quirrell alive, Blake was driven by a desire to protect the unicorns. Recalling a recent encounter with a unicorn named Karina and the realization of the danger they faced from Quirrell's actions. This encounter with Karina had left a profound impact on Blake, reinforcing his commitment to safeguarding the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Through this unconventional approach of medicinal burgers, Blake had managed to support Quirrell's recovery while simultaneously ensuring the safety of the unicorns, intertwining their fates in an unexpected yet effective manner. Due to his presence, the butterfly effect has significantly altered the course of events, rendering the once predictable future uncertain. Recognizing this, Blake decides to seek guidance from Grindelwald on the subject of divination. Despite having his prophetic abilities maximized by the system, Blake finds himself unable to utilize them effectively. Moreover, he harbors a deep-seated skepticism towards prophecies. While the concept of prophecy may seem fascinating, blind faith in them can lead to disastrous outcomes. Grindelwald himself fell victim to his own prophecies at one point, and Voldemort's downfall was precipitated by his obsession with a partial prophecy. Convinced that Voldemort's fate could have been different had he not pursued Harry Potter in accordance with the prophecy, Blake is determined not to repeat the same error. In the midst of his contemplation, a sudden movement caught his attention. The young ice phoenix materialized before him, a letter clutched in her beak. Chapter 129. Tom, your Nagini is very good, but now she is mine. The letter was from Nicholas Flamel, and it appeared quite thick. Blake's heart fluttered with excitement, for he knew his plan was advancing further. He carefully stored away the letters and the notebook Quirrell had given him, then hurried to the room of requirement. Previously, Blake had requested a young girl to leave a tail feather for Nicholas Flamel. This way, whenever a letter needed to be sent, Flamel could use the tail feather to summon the young girl directly. This ingenious method ensured that even if Flamel changed his residence multiple times a day, the young girl could instantly teleport to his location thanks to the Phoenix's apparition ability, significantly speeding up the delivery process. Upon returning to the room of requirement, Blake eagerly opened the letter. It was divided into two main sections. The first part praised Blake's innovative idea of the flying sword, pointing out minor flaws and offering suggestions for improvement. The second part delved into the blueprint of the Pokeball. Flamel detailed his and his wife's exhaustive calculation process and their attempts to complete the blueprint. However, The letter ended on a note of regret. Flamel expressed their repeated failures despite coming close to success numerous times. He lamented that, despite the brilliance of the idea, they couldn't bring the blueprint to fruition, comparing it to a mirage, visible but unattainable. He confessed that their alchemical skills were insufficient for such an ambitious project. Blake sighed upon reading this. It was clear that Nicholas Flamel was ready to give up, viewing the blueprint as an unachievable dream. Yet, Blake wasn't disheartened. He knew the complete blueprint was in his possession. He simply lacked the necessary alchemical expertise to execute it. Therefore, he decided against wasting materials on manually crafting Pokeballs for the time being. Monsieur Flamel, it's too early to give up now, Blake muttered to himself with a smirk. He pulled out a piece of parchment and began to sketch. He revised the Pokeball blueprint, adding slightly more detail than what he had sent to Flamel previously, yet still keeping it incomplete. Blake was confident that even this small addition would reignite Flamel's passion for the project. After finishing the drawing, Blake penned a reply to Flamel. He expressed gratitude for the suggestions on the flying sword and mentioned his new ideas for the Fantastic Beasts collection device, subtly hinting at the added content in the blueprint. He asked Flamel to review the modifications, curious if they could make the idea a reality. Once the letter and the updated blueprint were sealed in an envelope, Blake handed them to the young girl for delivery. She picked up the envelope, her faint blue flame flickering before she disappeared from sight. Blake chuckled, certain that this letter would keep Nicholas Flamel and his wife engrossed in the project once more. As Blake pondered over the half-completed blueprint Flamel had sent, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He knew that with each exchange, he was inching closer to realizing his ambitious vision. In the end, the attempt was unsuccessful. However, the knowledge gained from this blueprint could still enhance Blake's alchemy skills. Indeed, as Blake admired the blueprint, notifications chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving intermediate mastery in alchemy. Ding! Would the host like to upgrade? Upgrade! Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have now reached intermediate alchemy mastery. Blake closed his eyes, absorbing the new level of understanding. When he reopened them and looked at the blueprint, the previously challenging sections now seemed clear. With his newfound intermediate proficiency in alchemy, Blake had essentially ascended to the level of a master in the craft. This advancement meant that his chances of crafting a high-quality Pokeball were significantly higher. Feeling content, Blake stored the blueprint given to him by Nicole Flamel and then retrieved the notes Professor Quirrell had handed him. Quirrell had mentioned that the notebook contained information about Lu Wang, but Blake was skeptical. Upon opening the travel journal, Blake read about a spell Quirrell claimed to have used against a vampire. Although this spell is very useful, it should not be used lightly, as those who are hit by it will die instantly. The spell was none other than Avada Kedavra, with detailed instructions on its execution. Blake chuckled to himself. Quirrell had described the notebook as a travel journal from his journeys, but it was clear to Blake that the dark magic instructions had been crudely inserted later. The corners of Blake's mouth curled in amusement as he continued to read. Beyond the killing curse, Quirrell seemed eager to impart knowledge of other dark spells. On May 18th, as I traversed the outskirts of the Albanian forest, I encountered a large snake resistant to most of my spells, the journal read. Facing death, I recalled a spell that should not be attempted lightly, meeting all the specified conditions first. This spell, known as the Fiendfire Curse, is detailed as follows. Blake's interest wasn't in the method of casting Fiendfire, but rather in the mention of a spell-resistant snake in the Albanian forests. He laughed. Could it be Nagini? Despite the tragic fate of those cursed, the formidable nature of such a magical creature intrigued Blake. Tom, your Nagini may be formidable, but now she's mine, he thought, already planning a trip to Albania. After some contemplation, Blake had an idea. He quickly began writing on a piece of parchment with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Nicole Flamel and his wife, Perenelle, were discussing their disappointment over the failed project. Such a brilliant idea, if only it could have been realized, Nicole lamented. They were just one crucial element short of success, a missing piece that rendered their beautifully designed structure unbuildable, like a mirage. Suddenly, a faint blue light announced the arrival of a young girl, a phoenix, who delivered a letter to the two alchemists. Nicole sighed, anticipating Blake's disappointment, while Perenelle silently offered the phoenix some cod, appreciating the creature's beauty. Nicole opened the envelope, bracing himself for the contents, which included 2 sheets of paper. Inside the envelope, Nicholas Flamel found 2 items, a letter and what appeared to be a blueprint. His heart raced with anticipation as he quickly unfolded the letter to read its contents. After absorbing the information, he eagerly turned his attention to the blueprint. Moments later, his eyes widened in realization. "Ah! How could we have missed this?" he exclaimed. "What's gotten into you?" Perenelle, his wife, asked with a mix of curiosity and concern. "That boy. He considered the aspect we overlooked," Nicholas said, his voice tinged with excitement. "We've been too narrow-minded." Handing the blueprint to Perenelle, he watched as her expression mirrored his own surprise. "Indeed, this could work," she agreed. "We fixated on how to miniaturize fantastic beasts, focusing solely on that variable. This led to an overflow of excess energy, causing our attempts to fail," Nicholas explained. "But Blake, that boy, he proposed adding a new feature to disperse the excess energy," Perenelle said, her eyes scanning the blueprint. Nicholas chuckled. "It's a sleep function, dear. We should have thought of it sooner. Far from being trivial, this feature is crucial. It allows magical creatures to be temporarily put to sleep. Without it, they'd struggle with the monotony of being confined within this storage device." Perenelle shared in the excitement. This simple yet ingenious addition effectively solved a major problem. "With this, our project is back on track." Nicholas eagerly clutched the blueprint. "So we can now—" "Hold on, Nico," Perenelle interjected. "I think we should take a few days to rest, rejuvenate our spirits or we dive back in. I know you're eager, but we're not as young as we once were. We need to conserve our strength." Nicholas's face fell. The prospect of delaying their work was disheartening. It felt akin to teasing a hungry cat with a fish just out of reach, an unbearable temptation. "All right, fine," he conceded reluctantly. "I'll write back to the boy." In that moment, Nicholas felt a surge of vitality he hadn't experienced in years. The realization that there was still work to be done, discoveries to be made, rekindled his desire to live. Perhaps, he mused, it was worth waiting to see Blake fully realize his potential before contemplating the end. Nicholas recognized the value of guiding this young talent, hoping to spare him the hardships and detours that had once hindered his own progress in alchemy. Meanwhile, Blake had set aside Quirrell's notes, intrigued by the golden treasure chests he had received, presumably from Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. With a few clicks, he unlocked a 5th diamond treasure chest in his system space, motivated to continue his efforts. Stepping out of the room of requirement, Blake paused by a window in the hallway, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. Soon, a large owl landed on the railing. Despite its usual haughty demeanor, Blake was unfazed. He handed it a letter. "Please deliver this to Mr. Quire, Newt Scamander," he requested softly. As the Christmas holiday approached, Blake pondered the possibility of traveling to Albania, a task that now fell to Newt. In a remote ranch in France, an elderly lady of great dignity sat quietly on a deck chair, a cat in her lap, soaking in the sun. Her gaze drifted to the distant mountains, a look of deep nostalgia in her eyes. Suddenly, her previously unreadable eyes now gleamed with an intensity that belied her age. "What are you doing here?" the old woman asked with a frosty tone. From the shadows behind her reclining chair, within the dim outline of the cabin, a figure emerged slowly, cloaked in darkness. "He has made his move," the voice, as aged as the woman's, announced. Upon hearing this seemingly simple statement, the old woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Is what you're saying true?" "Yes, absolutely true. He has invoked the power of his lineage," the figure replied, his voice raspy with age, yet tinged with excitement. The old woman, detecting the joy in his voice, felt a surge of pleasure herself. "After all these years of silence, I feared he had perished. Do you know what he intends with such power?" The figure hesitated momentarily. "It appears he's been seeking certain materials, some sort of library." "And then," the old woman pressed, sensing the pause, He entrusted everything to a boy, the figure continued. This information was brought to me by the house elves. They were overjoyed, making no effort to conceal their excitement. Rising from her chair, the old woman's interest peaked. A boy? Which boy? Without a word, the figure produced a photograph from his pocket and handed it over. Seeing this will make everything clear. The old woman scrutinized the photograph, her eyes widening in shock. This boy, he bears a striking resemblance to him. Yes, that's what baffles me the most, the figure admitted. According to the house elves, this boy is the son of their former master. The old woman's piercing gaze seemed to cut through the air. House elves are not known to lie about such matters, so it's true? But how? He's of such an advanced age. How could he have such a young son? The figure stepped closer, his confusion evident. Vita, he began. Call me Rothschild, the old woman snapped. All right, Rothschild, he corrected himself. It's not just you and I. Rather, all of us are filled with doubts about this boy. Everyone believes you are the most suited to confront him. Vita Rothschild remained silent for a long moment, contemplating the weight of the situation. Finally, she resolved, I'll be there. Chapter 130, The Sealed Prophecy, A New Group in the Wizarding World. Grindelwald sat on the stone bed, a notebook in hand. Prophecy, he murmured softly before picking up a quill and beginning to write. One may need some tools to assist in this endeavor, he mused, like a crystal ball or a child gifted with the sight of prophecy. With a crystal ball's aid, it would be easier to unlock the celestial eye. Suddenly, he paused, lifting his gaze to the sky visible through the window, and sighed, a sense of resignation in his breath. He then wrote in his notebook, For now, there are tasks that demand my attention. I shall seek out a crystal ball and attempt to use it. We shall speak later. After jotting down these thoughts, Grindelwald closed his notebook and turned his gaze towards the wall beneath the window, lost in thought. For the first time in what seemed like ages, footsteps echoed up the tower's stairs. A flicker of recognition crossed Grindelwald's eyes, transporting him back to days long past. In those days, a woman always followed him, a witch named Vita Rothier, his most loyal and faithful follower, whose presence he could never forget. Though her steps were no longer as vigorous as they once were, their sound was unmistakable. Suddenly, the stone wall beneath the window began to ripple like water, and a form gradually emerged. In the next moment, the shape solidified, and an old woman stepped through the wall. Ah, Vita, my friend, it's been too long. Grindelwald greeted her with a genuine smile, his face lighting up with joy. Vita's face mirrored his excitement. It's been far too long. Gellert, she replied, struggling to contain her emotions. They had not seen each other for nearly 50 years. You seem rejuvenated, Gellert, Vita observed. When Grindelwald was first imprisoned in Nurmengard, Vita, who had narrowly escaped capture, had come to him, hoping he would join her. But all she found was a defeated man, a shell of his former self, with eyes devoid of any spark of life. Now, however, she saw a glimmer of the ambitious Gellert she once knew, a hint of hope in his eyes. As Grindelwald's gaze met hers, Vita couldn't resist touching his face, lamenting, I've grown old, Gellert. We've all grown old, Vita, Grindelwald responded with a touch of emotion. The world now belongs to the younger generation. His thoughts briefly wandered to Blake, a young man who had recently caught his attention. Noticing Vita's hesitation, Grindelwald encouraged her. You were never one to hold back. If you have questions, ask them. Taking a deep breath, Vita ventured, It may be impolite to ask, but we all want to know. Is that boy truly your son? Grindelwald, unsurprised by her question, confirmed, Yes, he is my son, Blake Grindelwald. But how? Vita asked, puzzled. Do you remember the experiment at the Institute of Biology? Grindelwald prompted. Vita's memory flashed back to the experiment they had all thought had failed, leading to the withdrawal of the researchers. But that experiment was a failure, she remarked, confused. Grindelwald smiled, signaling to an old house elf named Gucci to bring a chair and make some tea, not wanting his once most loyal follower to stand. As Gucci arranged the furniture and served the tea, Vita settled down, sensing that the story Grindelwald was about to share would be a lengthy one. Meanwhile, Blake examined the crystal ball in Baker's hand without questioning its origin. Aware that Trelawney's classroom was the only place in Hogwarts with a crystal ball, and considering her frequent inebriation, it was unlikely she would miss it. Blake placed the crystal ball on the table, ready to delve into its mysteries. In the heart of the crystal ball, an irregular white mist swirled, filling the space with its ethereal presence. Blake extended his hand towards the crystal ball, cautiously channeling his magic into it. His recent mishap with the wands had made him wary. He had no desire to accidentally destroy the crystal ball as well. As Blake's magic flowed into the orb, the white mist inside began to coalesce, hinting at forming a shape. Yet, just as it seemed about to solidify, it vanished without a trace. Blake stared in confusion, his mind teeming with questions. His talent for prophecy was unparalleled, and his proficiency in the art was supposed to be unmatched. His experiences in other magical disciplines had always led to swift mastery. For instance, he had gained immediate and complete knowledge of elementary transfiguration upon his first attempt. However, divination proved to be a stark contrast. Despite the system indicating his supreme proficiency in prophecy, Blake found himself utterly devoid of any knowledge in the field. It was as if his prodigious memory and learning abilities were nullified whenever he approached the subject of divination, rendering his exceptional talent for prophecy useless. The incident with the crystal ball was a near breakthrough, yet it ended in failure, as if his ability to prophesize was being intentionally blocked. "Who has sealed my prophecy?" Blake pondered aloud. "Why would they do this? Are they afraid of what I might see in the future? Could it be him, the one who rescued me from the lab?" Meanwhile, in Nurmengard, Vita sipped her tea thoughtfully. "So it has come to this," she mused. "The man who took Blake from the lab. We must track him down." As for Blake, I initially considered eliminating him, knowing he was Dumbledore's son and beyond our influence. He would have been another adversary. But now, my perspective has shifted. As long as he exists, there's a chance for you to revert to your true self, Grindelwald, not as the defeated man who merely awaits his end in shame. Yet, I must reiterate, allowing him to grow under Dumbledore's tutelage would be unwise. Grindelwald remained silent, absorbing Vita's words without response. After a moment, he sighed, "You still haven't given up. Unfortunately, I no longer harbor such ambitions. Let the younger generation handle these matters." Back at Hogwarts, Blake was approached by Filch, who seemed unusually earnest. "Mr. Filch, are you certain you wish to learn this?" Blake inquired, noting the desperation in Filch's eyes. "Please, teach me," Filch implored. "You don't understand. I'm not adept at casting spells. This method, relying on mere symbols, seems perfectly suited for me." Blake had just concluded a history of magic lecture when Filch had pulled him aside into an adjacent empty classroom for this peculiar request. Filch was practically begging Blake to instruct him in the creation and utilization of magic talismans. Blake's curiosity was piqued. He wondered if squibs, who possessed latent magical abilities, could indeed craft and use these talismans. "Truthfully, I'm not sure if you'll be able to learn this," Blake admitted, handing Filch a piece of paper and a pen. "Observe the symbol I write, then try to replicate it on this paper with the pen." As Blake demonstrated, writing a simple ancient rune, Filch watched intently, fearful that any oversight on his part might lead Blake to retract his offer. Deep down, Filch knew his claim of being inept at spellcasting was a facade. His true challenge was his status as a squib. Blake deliberately slowed his movements, allowing Filch to observe each step closely. After demonstrating, he handed the pen to Filch, who, with trembling hands, replicated the ancient rune Blake had just inscribed. The rune appeared on the paper, mimicking Blake's example perfectly. Filch's successful attempt brought a sigh of relief from Blake, who had been anxious about the possibility of a mistake. Fortunately, the symbol was straightforward. Upon reviewing Filch's work, Blake encouraged him to try activating the talisman as he had been taught. Filch hesitantly extended his finger, pressing it against the rune he had drawn. In the next moment, the paper astonishingly became damp, and a puddle of water began to bubble forth from the rune. "I did it!" Filch exclaimed, a mix of excitement and disbelief in his voice. Blake watched, equally surprised. This revelation suggested that squibs could independently create and utilize magic talismans. This discovery implied the potential formation of a new group within the magical community, one that didn't rely on wands but on pre-prepared talismans and knowledge of ancient runes. Such a method could offer a quicker way to cast spells in some situations, potentially giving squibs a significant advantage in combat scenarios. Realizing the implications, Blake felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His initial act of kindness towards Filch, driven by a moment of compassion, had unexpectedly opened a door to immense possibilities. "Mr. Filch, what a discovery!" Blake exclaimed. "If we can further this, you and I might very well add a vibrant stroke to the tapestry of magical history." Filch, who had never considered the long-term impact of his newfound ability, was taken aback. The idea of being remembered in the annals of magical history was beyond his wildest dreams. Blake reassured him, "You're not alone in this. There are many squibs in the wizarding world, marginalized and discriminated against, but this discovery could change everything for them." The prospect of gaining respect and escaping the stigma of being a squib filled Filch with hope. He left the classroom, deeply moved by the potential of ancient runes to alter his fate. Blake, left alone, contemplated the accidental yet groundbreaking creation of talisman masters. He mused on the idea of calling them card masters if the runes were inscribed on cards instead. With his belongings gathered, Blake decided to share the news with Professor Babbling, the ancient runes professor, despite it not being time for his detention. Meanwhile, Newt was tending to the Zuwu, a creature averse to water, making bath time a challenge that required a damp brush instead of a shower. The Zuwu expressed its displeasure with a couple of grumbles, setting the scene for another day in the magical world where new possibilities had just been unveiled. Newt was gently brushing an animal when suddenly a giant owl descended from the sky, landing on the table beside him. The fragile table emitted a groan, clearly overwhelmed by the owl's weight. This was a horned owl, distinguished by its majestic appearance. With a haughty toss of its head, the owl dropped a letter onto the table. It then nudged the letter towards Newt with its foot before taking flight once again. Recognizing the owl as belonging to Blake, Newt quickly picked up the letter, his curiosity piqued. However, as he read through the contents, his expression darkened with each line. "Poachers," he muttered under his breath, followed by the purple-horned tribe that was almost decimated. His eyes then flicked to the next alarming words, Colosseum, the mastermind behind it all, the Albanian forest. A moment of surprise came when he read, "Huh? Little Blake still wants to come with me?" Newt's immediate reaction was firm. "No," he exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently. "This is absolutely impossible. It's far too dangerous." Yet, as he continued to read, his resolve wavered. "Oh, this little guy really knows how to put me in a tight spot," he sighed, a mix of affection and concern evident in his voice. The dilemma presented by Blake's request was clear, leaving Newt in a state of hesitation, torn between the inherent dangers and the unexpected plea for companionship. Chapter 131. Sorry, I'm actually an undercover agent. As Newt read the final sentences of the letter, a sense of unease grew within him. "My friend Agcarius clamors every day for revenge," the letter began, a statement that immediately set off alarm bells in Newt's mind. "You know, I understand what it says. If you don't want to take me with you, please do. It'll save me the trouble of hearing about it every day. Of course, I'm not like him. I'm very obedient. But if you don't take me with you, I'm definitely going to stay home for Christmas." Sneaking off to Albania? I would absolutely never do such a thing. If you're worried, you can have my old man watch me. Though I have a phoenix that could get me out of any trouble, I promise I won't use it. Newt's expression darkened with each word. The notion of staying home for Christmas was laughable. Don't think I'm naive just because I'm shy. You, the little villain who claims the Forbidden Forest as your own. Obedient? Do you even believe that yourself? Despite the seemingly innocent words, the letter was laden with threats. It was clear the writer was doing everything possible to ensure he wouldn't be left behind, even revealing his means of escape as if by accident. It was as if he was planning to make his way to Albania on his own. This little guy must weigh around 80 or 90 caddies, with a rebellious streak making up 50 or 60 of those. Newt sighed, resigning himself to the inevitable. Well, it might be dangerous to bring him along, but it's certainly safer than letting him sneak off to Albania by himself. If he tried, who knows what trouble he might find himself in before even reaching his destination. What a troublesome kid. How am I going to explain this to his parents? Newt pondered, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had planned to leave immediately to avoid any chance of Blake following him. But Blake, cunning as he was, had not specified a location in his letter, only mentioning Albania in vague terms. As Newt considered the implications of bringing Blake along, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and dread at the thought of taking someone else's child on such a journey during the Christmas season, a time meant for family reunions. It seems I'll have to resort to a few white lies, Newt thought, though the idea of lying made him uncomfortable, almost as if he were confessing to a crime. This is really a problem, Newt mused, finding little joy in grooming the Zouwu as he pondered his dilemma. With November halfway gone and the cold setting in, Blake longed for the warmth of Cheongda, his bear stored in a pokeball. Knowing it was impossible to let the bear out at Hogwarts, Blake had crafted a jar containing the Gublai Immortal Fire, which he could adjust to keep warm. He made several of these jars, gifting them to friends and even sending one to Grindelwald in Nurmengard. Watching Hagrid defrost his broomstick, Blake knew the Quidditch season was upon them. The thought of competing in such cold weather made him shiver, but thankfully, after acquiring his own broom, Marcus no longer forced him to practice. With his skills, Blake felt no need for further training. The first game of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, promised to be thrilling. The rivalry between the two houses made every match an intense battle, and with the game scheduled for Saturday, anticipation was high among the students. Wizards were brimming with anticipation for the upcoming event. However, Blake found the excitement somewhat misplaced. In the greenhouse where he tended to his vegetables and fruits, Blake was busy watering his plants when an argument broke out nearby. Hermione confronted him. "You're going to support our Gryffindor team tomorrow, aren't you?" Cassandra retorted, "No, he will definitely support our Slytherin team." Hermione reminded her, "You forget that he has a feud with the Slytherins?" "But I'm a Slytherin. I'm his best friend," Cassandra argued. "I'm still his friend, and I'm from Gryffindor." Hermione countered. "Then let him decide. Which team do you support?" Both girls turned their expectant gazes towards Blake. Blake sighed, setting down the watering can. The question seemed simple on the surface, asking which house team he supported, yet it was a subtle test of their standing in Blake's heart. Drawing from his past experiences, Blake knew the best approach was to feign confusion. "Childish, why would I support your house team?" he declared. "I'm on Team Hufflepuff. I'll always support Hufflepuff." Then, turning the tables, he asked, "If Hufflepuff were to play against your Gryffindor or Slytherin teams, whom would you support?" "Of course, we'd support the Slytherins," Cassandra exclaimed. "Supporting Gryffindor, of course," Hermione chimed in simultaneously. Blake feigned hurt. "Ah, when I play, it seems only Hannah cheers for me." Surprised, a small head emerged from beneath the grape arbor. Hannah, putting down a large grape, said, "Of course, Blake, you see, they only support their own teams. Unlike me, I will only support you." Two pairs of eyes turned towards Hannah in shock. They had underestimated her. Hannah was not as simple as she seemed. Blake, moved by her loyalty, ran over. "Oh, Hannah, indeed, you are the only one who truly supports me," he exclaimed, offering her a large strawberry. This gesture made Hermione and Cassandra envious. Blake's fruits were coveted by both teachers and students alike, and Professor Sprout had officially entrusted him with the greenhouse. It had become a second home for their group. After spending a considerable time in the greenhouse, they prepared to head back to their dormitories. Suddenly, a roar echoed from nearby. "Potter, get out! Get out!" A figure approached them hastily. "Oh, it's Harry," Blake noted, recognizing the direction of the voice as Snape's. A mischievous smile spread across Blake's face, prompting Cassandra to grimace. When Blake smiled like that, it usually meant trouble for someone else. "Are you planning to cause trouble for Snape again?" Hermione inquired. "Nonsense. I am a good man, a champion of justice. How could I do such a thing?" Blake replied earnestly. Cassandra sighed. "I might believe you if that smile of yours faded even a little." "Hannah, I trust you. I know you've always been a good person," Hannah suddenly said, surprising both Cassandra and Hermione. Blake's eyes sparkled at Hannah's words. It was clear that Hannah was not only loyal, but also possessed a sharp wit. Her confidence and intelligence were becoming more apparent. "Okay, you guys go back first," Blake said, smiling. "I'm off to bring some warmth to our beloved Professor Snape." After the girls left, Blake set off with a plan in mind, leaving his friends both amused and concerned about what he might have in store for Snape. With a smirk, Blake made his way toward the faculty lounge. As he approached, the sound of Snape's labored breathing reached his ears, a clear indication of the man's irritation, undoubtedly caused by Harry. Blake paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had anticipated spending his Halloween thwarting Quirrell's attempt to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, leading him to the room guarded by the three-headed dog Fluffy to intervene. However, Quirrell hadn't shown up, and instead, Snape had been bitten by the dog. Fluffy's saliva was known to be poisonous, and Snape's wounds had yet to heal. To keep his secret, Snape had refrained from seeking Madame Pomfrey's help, fearing the repercussions of such a serious injury becoming public knowledge. The recent events unfolded when Harry sought to retrieve his confiscated books from Snape, only to witness Snape's attempt to treat his bloodied leg, revealing a secret Snape wished to keep hidden from his most despised student. Understandably, Snape was furious. Taking a moment to compose himself and suppress his amusement, Blake finally knocked on the door. "Potter," I said. Snape began, but his words trailed off as the door creaked open, revealing Blake. Snape's expression froze, and he quickly pocketed an empty bottle, his face draining of color upon realizing he had forgotten to replenish his supply of Euphoria potion. "What are you here for?" Snape asked, his voice laced with suspicion as he settled back into his chair, hastily covering his wound with his robe. However, Blake's keen sense of smell had already detected the scent of blood. "Are you hurt?" Blake inquired, his tone genuine. Filch, upon noticing Blake, eagerly brought over a chair and began to pour tea, much to Snape's astonishment. Filch, known for his disdain for students, a sentiment even stronger than Snape's own, had never shown such enthusiasm for any student before. Yet here he was, treating Blake with respect. Snape couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease toward Blake, recalling the only other person who had commanded such fear, Voldemort. "No, I'm not hurt," Snape replied slowly, attempting to deflect. "And what about the magic bandage Mr. Filch was holding just now?" Blake pressed, his smile unwavering. Snape fell silent, caught off guard. "Presumably, you were injured by a powerful magical creature," Blake continued, piecing together the clues with ease. Snape's shock was evident as he struggled to respond. "How do you know?" he finally managed. "It's simple," Blake explained, pointing to the magic bandage left on the table. "The fact that it can't be healed by magic, only bandaged, indicates that your wound can't be stopped by charms or conventional means. This suggests you were bitten by a magical creature with poisonous teeth." Snape was taken aback by Blake's deductive skills. Blake then shifted the conversation. "Actually, we are not enemies, Professor Snape." "Is that so?" Snape retorted sarcastically. "At least, I had no intention of making an enemy of you initially," Blake replied coolly. "That changed when you decided to provoke me." "And what? You're here to mock my injury?" Snape asked, his anger rising. "Of course not. I'm not that petty," Blake responded. "Despite my personal feelings toward you, I recognize that you're working on behalf of Professor Dumbledore. Given my relationship with him, I see no choice but to consider you an ally." Snape's eyes flickered with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Our side? It seems Dumbledore really does share everything with you." "Since we're on the same side, I'll offer my help," Blake concluded, extending an olive branch in an unexpected gesture of solidarity. "You heal your wound," Snape sneered, disbelief and disdain evident in his gaze. "You healed me?" The notion seemed ludicrous to him. Even as a master of potions, Snape acknowledged that his injured leg presented a significant challenge, requiring the brewing of several rare potions for a cure. He conceded that Blake possessed some skill, but dismissed the idea that a mere child could heal him. "I know you don't believe it, but do you recognize this?" Blake countered, producing a small glass bottle. The liquid within shimmered with a crystal clarity that caught the light. Snape's pupils dilated at the sight. "Phoenix tears," he murmured, a flicker of realization crossing his features. How had he overlooked the fact that Blake had 2 phoenixes at his disposal? Indeed, Blake could heal him. But Snape's mind raced with questions about Blake's motives. "You don't need to be so wary of me, Professor Snape. In truth, we are not so different," Blake said, attempting to bridge the gap between them. "The same kind of people?" Snape echoed, skepticism lacing his tone. "Yes, we." Blake leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper as if sharing a secret of great importance. "Are all undercover." The revelation hung in the air, suggesting an alliance formed from shared circumstances and hidden truths. Blake's words hinted at a deeper connection, one that transcended their apparent differences and positioned them as allies in a larger, unseen battle. Chapter 132, Snape's Strength and the Allure of Secrets. The room was filled with a palpable sense of shock and disbelief, which seemed to echo through the air with each notification that rang out, announcing the extraction of a treasure chest for Blake. Snape's expression was one of utter astonishment as he regarded Blake, the implications of Dumbledore's decisions weighing heavily on him. Filch, sensing the gravity of the conversation, quietly excused himself after setting down his teapot, leaving the faculty lounge to its secretive atmosphere. "Dumbledore is willing to entrust you with such a task," Snape began, his voice trailing off as he considered the implications. Blake responded with a knowing laugh. "Yes, he is. You've been by his side for long enough to understand the kind of man he is. If sacrificing someone could benefit the greater good, he wouldn't hesitate to do so, even if that person were himself." Snape fell into a contemplative silence, the realization dawning on him that Dumbledore might indeed be capable of such decisions. After a moment, he spoke up. "So, you deliberately approached Quirrell. When you mentioned being undercover, it all made sense. Quirrell is the one with a problem, and Dumbledore is aware of it. Yet, despite being Dumbledore's adopted son, you've been seen frequently with him. That would certainly raise suspicions for Quirrell and Voldemort, leading them to believe you've been swayed by the dark arts." "Have you discovered anything?" Snape inquired, his curiosity piqued. Despite his own observations of Quirrell over the months, Snape had been unable to glean any significant information, his interactions limited to mere surveillance and the occasional threat. "First, let's take care of your injuries," Blake suggested, noting Snape's disregard for his own well-being. "You're not doing yourself any favors by neglecting them." With a grunt of frustration, Snape revealed his bloodied calf, bearing the unmistakable marks of a 3-headed dog's bite. Blake's quick assessment led him to the correct conclusion, much to Snape's surprise. "I'm a Hufflepuff, well-versed in the care of magical creatures. It's not hard to deduce the culprit based on the wound," Blake explained as he prepared to apply Phoenix Tears to the injury. Snape's irritation was palpable as Blake began to liberally apply the healing substance, far more than what Snape deemed necessary. Phoenix Tears were a rare and valuable commodity, and Dumbledore's sparing use of them only highlighted their importance. Yet here was Blake, using them with abandon, causing Snape both physical and emotional pain as the potent healing properties of the tears worked their magic on his wound. As the curse and toxin were purged from Snape's leg, he couldn't help but lament the waste of such a precious resource, even as his injury healed before his eyes. Blake, noticing Snape's fixation on the now half-empty bottle, teased him with a playful smile, offering the remaining tears if only Snape would express his desires openly. Snape, frustrated by Blake's taunting and the extravagant use of the Phoenix Tears, found himself caught between his annoyance and the allure of uncovering more secrets, a dilemma that only deepened the intrigue of their conversation. Severus Snape, despite his desperate need, struggled with his pride at the thought of accepting help from Blake. "It's merely Phoenix Tears. I, Severus Snape, will not yield. I'd rather perish on the spot, leap from the castle." "I wouldn't," he began, his voice trailing off. Blake, momentarily taken aback by Snape's dramatic declaration, simply smiled and extended the half-bottle of Phoenix Tears towards him. Snape, without a word, quickly pocketed the bottle. His previously pallid complexion gained a hint of color. Despite his initial reluctance, Snape couldn't deny the allure of the Phoenix Tears. Blake is insufferable. Yet, enduring the autumn's chill has not been in vain. And to think, I've been covertly observing Quirrell for months. Dumbledore and Blake, do they now not realize the extent of my efforts? Dumbledore showed no appreciation, and even allowed his adopted son to lead a campaign of harassment against me. Have I not been wronged? This half-bottle of precious phoenix tears is the least I deserve. Truly, it's more valuable than I care to admit. Snape mused, his thoughts taking a turn he hadn't anticipated. After securing the phoenix tears, Snape returned to the matter at hand. What have you learned from your close watch on Quirrell? He inquired, his tone low. They're attempting to sway me with dark magic, Blake revealed. You're suggesting the Dark Lord is aware of you as well? Snape asked, his suspicion evident. Indeed, he knows of me. How could he not? Voldemort has been possessing Quirrell all along, Blake explained. This revelation struck Snape like a thunderbolt. You mean to say the Dark Lord has been inhabiting Quirrell's body this entire time? Snape's voice trembled with the weight of his realization. Yes, at times he even takes direct control of Quirrell's body during lessons, Blake confirmed. A wave of fear washed over Snape. He had confronted Quirrell on multiple occasions. Had he known Voldemort was so intimately involved, would he have acted differently? Snape had always assumed Voldemort was merely issuing orders from afar, not that he was physically present. How did you come to know this? Snape asked, regaining some semblance of composure. The Dark Lord himself was teaching me dueling techniques, trying to pique my interest in the dark arts, all through Quirrell's body. He underestimated me, thinking I was just a naive child, Blake said. Snape, recalling Blake's sharp observational skills, couldn't help but nod in agreement. He's trying to recruit you to his side, much like he did with Barty Crouch Jr., Snape observed, his knowledge as a former Death Eater lending credibility to his words. Is Dumbledore aware of Voldemort's presence in Quirrell? Snape inquired, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Of course he is, Blake responded. Snape's frustration boiled over. If he's aware, why hasn't he taken action against Quirrell and Voldemort? With Dumbledore's capabilities, it would be simple. Why the hesitation? Blake was ready with an answer. Professor Dumbledore shared a prophecy with me. The essence of it was that the Dark Lord and a child born at the end of July would face off, with one ultimately killing the other. Snape stared at Blake, astonished. So, his grand plan is to somehow have Harry Potter, of all people, defeat Voldemort and Quirrell? How is that feasible? It's not as far-fetched as you might think, Blake interjected. His plan has a significant chance of success, and Dumbledore is keen on avoiding any missteps. He believes this approach is the safest. The prophecy Snape frowned, concern evident in his voice. But in this case, Potter will be in danger. Huh? You still care about Harry? Blake teased, a hint of surprise in his tone. Don't you hate him the most? Snape shot Blake an angry glare before retorting sharply. Listen, I hate him, but that doesn't mean I want him to die. Then you'd better be vigilant, Blake advised. Vigilant about what? Snape inquired, puzzled. Isn't tomorrow Harry's first Quidditch match? Blake continued, his voice taking on a serious note. When he's flying, a fall could easily be arranged. If I were Quirrell, I would seize the opportunity to tamper with his broomstick. No one would suspect foul play. They'd simply think it was an accident due to Harry's own lack of skill. Blake's words struck a chord in Snape's heart, igniting a wave of realization. Indeed, the following day presented a perfect opportunity. If Quirrell, under the influence of the Dark Lord, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Harry Potter, the plan seemed all too feasible. And with Dumbledore away from the school, having entrusted Snape with keeping an eye on Quirrell, the timing couldn't be more opportune. Blake seemed to read Snape's thoughts. If ye were considering informing Dumbledore and bringing him back, I can assist you. A phoenix can deliver messages much faster than any owl. No need. Snape interjected firmly. There's no need for Dumbledore to return. I can handle this myself. Confidence laced his words. Even if Voldemort was controlling Quirrell, the magic used would still be limited by Quirrell's own capabilities, which were inferior to Snape's. Even with Voldemort's prowess, Snape was confident in his ability to thwart their plans. All right, then I'll take my leave, Blake said, heading towards the door. And if you don't report me, feel free to deduct points for my being out at night. As Blake was about to exit, Snape suddenly asked, Why are you telling me all this? Blake paused, then turned back with a serious expression. Albus Dumbledore's enemies are my enemies, so we share the same adversaries, don't we? The next morning at 11 o'clock, the much-anticipated match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was about to commence. Blake sat in the stands, his gaze alternating between the players taking to the sky and Quirrell, who was seated on the opposite side. Quirrell seemed healthier than before, likely benefiting from the secret snacks Blake had provided him. Snape, not far from Quirrell, watched him with a subtle intensity. "How's the game going?" Hagrid inquired, squeezing through the crowd with a large pair of binoculars. "Just starting, Hagrid," Blake replied. "The golden snitch hasn't shown up yet." Hagrid grumbled in agreement, raising his binoculars to watch Harry, who was skillfully maneuvering the Nimbus 2000. The atmosphere was electric, with Lee Jordan's enthusiastic commentary and the cheers of students filling the air. However, Blake's attention was divided, closely monitoring Quirrell and Snape. He noticed Quirrell's look of surprise and eagerness, likely due to Dumbledore's absence, which presented a golden opportunity to harm Harry without immediate suspicion. As Quirrell began to focus on Harry's broom, Snape observed his intentions, realizing that Quirrell was plotting to harm Harry on the spot. This sudden realization made Snape view Blake in a new light, recognizing the depth of his insight and strategic thinking. Blake's ability to anticipate Quirrell's impulsive plan was unnerving, making Snape wary of the young wizard's capabilities. In the midst of the chaos, Snape found himself with no time to ponder the peculiarities of the situation. Quirrell's incantations had just begun to echo through the air when Harry Potter's broom, high above the Quidditch pitch, started to shake uncontrollably. Harry's firm grip on the broomstick was the only thing preventing him from being thrown off into the sky. Without hesitation, Snape shifted his focus towards Harry, his lips moving silently as he recited a counter-curse. Gradually, Harry's broom went from violent tremors to mere shudders, stabilizing under the force of Snape's magic. Below, the spectators were in an uproar, their eyes fixed on Harry's sudden plight, oblivious to the magical duel unfolding between Snape and Quirrell. Blake, seated comfortably next to Hermione, took in the scene with a keen eye. He noticed Hermione's attention was also on Harry, and not on Snape, who was fervently casting spells. Unlike before, Hermione had no intention of setting Snape's robes ablaze or causing any accidents that might reveal Quirrell's actions. Seeing the deadlock between Snape and Quirrell, Blake decided to intervene. "Forget it. Let me help," he muttered under his breath. As he began to recite his own incantations, a powerful surge of magic emanated from him, startling both Snape and Quirrell. Their spells were abruptly disrupted, and Harry's broom steadied completely, leaving him safe to continue his flight. The sudden cessation of the magical interference left Snape and Quirrell in shock. They exchanged glances, both wondering if perhaps Dumbledore had returned and intervened with his formidable magical prowess. Meanwhile, Blake received a notification. Ding! Cessation of shock and panic achieved. Followed by, Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 silver treasure chests. The incident left the crowd bewildered, with many speculating about the source of the powerful magic that had saved Harry. Unbeknownst to them, it was Blake, not Dumbledore, who had quietly resolved the situation, his actions concealed amidst the chaos of the Quidditch match. Chapter 133, A Cunning Exchange. 113, Team Leader. Is this the strategy you mentioned, designed with me as the core? Harry's focus was unwavering, his talent shining through as he effortlessly caught the golden snitch, securing a victory for Gryffindor. That night in Snape's office, the atmosphere was tense. "You were correct in your deduction," Snape began, his voice low. "Quirrell did indeed target Potter when—" "Don't touch that, Turin," Snape warned sharply, his gaze fixed on Blake, who had his hand extended towards a bottle filled with a strangely colored potion. "Unless you fancy a body covered in sores." Blake coughed awkwardly, a smirk playing on his lips as he reluctantly placed the potion bottle back on the shelf. His skills in potion-making were basic at best, leaving many potions beyond his capability to brew. Yet, the sight of Snape's collection, many of which were clearly poisonous, sparked a mischievous desire within him to take a couple for himself. "Don't be so harsh, Professor Snape," Blake chided lightly. After all, I provided you with a generous amount of phoenix tears without a second thought. Snape's eyes narrowed at Blake. The potions in his office were the result of painstaking effort. As for Blake, obtaining phoenix tears seemed almost effortless. Dumbledore had once lamented that Fawkes, the phoenix, showed more affection towards Blake than anyone else. To Blake, acquiring phoenix tears was as simple as making a request, with Fawkes all too willing to oblige. "You're interested in these potions?" Snape inquired, a hint of intrigue in his voice. "Yes." Blake's eyes sparkled with excitement. The potions in Snape's office were predominantly poisons, ideal for self-defense. "In exchange for phoenix tears, I could part with 5 bottles of my potions," Snape proposed, a sly grin spreading across his face. "No, you're trying to take advantage of me, and I won't stand for being treated like a fool," Blake retorted. The value of phoenix tears far exceeded the worth of Snape's entire potion collection. Despite having an ample supply of phoenix tears, Blake was not inclined to undervalue them, especially not to benefit Snape. He had even added chili water to the half-bottle previously given to Snape, causing the professor unexpected discomfort during its use. "I'd rather sell the phoenix tears and buy potions with the galleons. It might be more troublesome, but at least it's a fair transaction," Blake concluded, turning away. Snape snorted dismissively, sinking back into his chair as if he had been the one at a disadvantage in their failed negotiation. "I've never seen anyone as shameless as you," Blake said, his frustration evident. "Ha! Perhaps you've never looked in a mirror," Snape retorted, his words laced with venom. The tension between them escalated, wands half drawn, until they both remembered they were ostensibly on the same side. "I've heard that Professor Slughorn, the former potions master here, was quite skilled. He was your teacher too, wasn't he? Maybe I should seek him out for a trade," Blake mused, making his way to the door. "Stop," Snape commanded, rising to his feet, a look of disdain in his eyes. It was clear he harbored some animosity towards Slughorn. "If you must make a deal, do it with me," Snape said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Blake paused, then produced a bottle containing a narcotic poison he had acquired from poachers. "Analyze this. Identify the ingredients and reconstruct the potion formula," he requested. The poison was complex, and with Blake's limited expertise, he was unable to decipher it. Snape, however, with his advanced knowledge in potion making, was more than capable. "A bottle of phoenix tears," Snape stated, the terms of their new deal implicit. Blake turned and left, confident in the knowledge that Snape would not pass up this opportunity. Blake analyzed the potion formula, considering it part of his compensation. However, his bold request for a bottle of phoenix tears raised eyebrows. "Are you taking advantage of my youth, or do you think Fawkes is too weak to retaliate?" Snape wondered, suspecting Fawkes might be against him. The slight twitch of his mouth betrayed his thoughts on the matter. Phoenixes, after all, weren't known for their bargaining skills. Without further ado, Blake left Snape's office. He reasoned that seeking help from Professor Slughorn, given Dumbledore's influence, would likely cost him nothing. Why then should he waste his time negotiating with Snape? "Wait," Snape called out, fearing the potential wrath of Fawkes and the risk of his office being set ablaze. Reluctantly, he offered a compromise. "Half a bottle of phoenix tears." "A single drop," Blake countered firmly, pushing Snape to his limits. "Deal," Snape conceded, frustration evident in his voice. Blake's smile returned, pleased with the agreement. "Pleasure doing business with you, Professor Snape, and remember, if you need magical animal materials in the future, I can provide them." Snape, intrigued, asked how Blake managed to acquire such materials. Blake's friendship with Hagrid and their shared experiences provided him with a unique source of supplies. Snape realized that purchasing from Hagrid was indeed a viable option. Changing the subject, Blake inquired about Snape's plans to referee Harry's next Quidditch match. Snape was taken aback by Blake's insight, having only just decided to protect Harry by officiating the game, a decision he hadn't yet discussed with Dumbledore. Blake's accurate guess made Snape uneasy, reminiscent of the discomfort one might feel in Voldemort's presence. Blake explained his deduction, noting Snape's interest in a book about Quidditch rules on his desk. He reassured Snape that Dumbledore's presence at the next match would ensure Harry's safety, making Snape's role as referee unnecessary. Despite his outward dismissal, Snape found Blake's reasoning sound. The upcoming match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw was anticipated to be uneventful, given both teams' lackluster performance. However, Hufflepuff's recent addition of Blake had changed the dynamics, leading Ravenclaw's captain, Marcus, to reconsider his strategy. Blake's plan for the game was simple: score aggressively, allowing the rest of the team to play freely. The goal was to secure a lead of more than 150 points, making the capture of the snitch irrelevant to the outcome. On the day of the match, Blake's first glimpse of Marcus's tactical board was enlightening. It suddenly became clear why Hufflepuff hadn't clinched the championship in so many years. Their strategy, or the lack thereof, was startlingly simplistic. "Captain, are you expecting me to take on 7 or perhaps 10 opponents single-handedly?" Blake asked, a tone of disbelief in his voice. "Ahem. Well, everyone else, focus on defense. You, Blake, you're on the attack," Marcus instructed, then turned his attention to Cedric. "Try to catch the snitch, Cedric, and if possible, knock the opposing seeker off her broom. Though the seeker from the other team is also a newcomer, remember, she's still a competitor. On the field, there's no room for mercy. Forget about gender, it'll only slow you down." Blake, unable to resist a jibe, slung an arm around Marcus's shoulder. "Forget the tactics, Captain. Let's focus on what's important. Tell me about that girl." Marcus shot Blake an exasperated look. "Focus, Blake. The game is about to start." But physically, Marcus was no match for Blake, who easily brushed off his protests. Besides, Marcus's strategy was hardly complex, a basic defensive formation with Blake as their sole offensive hope. As the game commenced, Blake, armed with his unique broom, followed Marcus out of the tunnel and caught sight of Cho Chang. Marcus had mentioned her, a sophomore and the new addition to Ravenclaw's team. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, neatly tied back, framing a face far prettier than any movie could capture. Marcus snapped Blake back to reality with a sharp pat on the head. "You're our ace, Blake. Keep your head in the me. There'll be time for distractions after the match." Rubbing his head, Blake retorted, "The game hasn't even started, Captain, and it was just a glance." As they moved to the center of the field, the roar of the crowd drowned out Marcus's voice, pulling Blake's focus back to the imminent match. "Captain, I thought you said we wouldn't draw much of a crowd, being the underdogs." "When did I ever say that?" Marcus started to protest, but Blake quickly covered his mouth, warning him to keep his voice down, especially with the Ravenclaw captain glaring their way. Marcus, undeterred, slapped Blake on the back. "With you here, they're the underdogs." His voice carried across the field, earning them hostile glares from the Ravenclaw team, including Cho Chang. "Great, now you've made us the target," Blake said, a mix of frustration and resignation in his voice. "It's the only way to keep you focused," Marcus replied, a serious tone to his voice. The stands were packed, the excitement palpable. The allure of Quidditch drew a large crowd, regardless of the cold weather or the perceived strength of the teams. Hufflepuff supporters had crafted a massive banner featuring a spirited badger, their confidence in the team unwavering. Even Professor Babbling and Dumbledore had joined the spectators, a rare occurrence for the headmaster. Cassandra, Hermione, and Hannah were among the Hufflepuff supporters, their eyes fixed on the field. Fred and George Weasley, ever the entrepreneurs, were busy setting betting odds, seizing the opportunity to profit from the event. Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley, representing Gryffindor, were also in attendance. Harry was particularly interested in Blake, the other first-year player to make a team, wondering about his capabilities. After all, they would soon be rivals. Pinello, opting out of joining the Ravenclaw supporters in the stands, chose a spot next to a professor, keen on observing the match from a different perspective. Bustling with excitement, Hagrid, with Fang by his side, took his seat at the top of the stands. In a secluded corner, he spotted Aberforth. "Oh, Aberforth," he began, only to be swiftly interrupted. "Quiet, Hagrid. Don't let anyone know I'm here," Aberforth hissed. As the anticipation built, the referee, Miss Hooch, blew her whistle, signaling the start of the game. 3, 2, 1, beep! At her signal, 14 players launched into the sky, their brooms slicing through the air. Blake, mounted on his broom, couldn't help but hunch over slightly. The biting cold and the harsh winds made for an uncomfortable flight. Amidst the excitement, The sound of bludgers being hit filled the air. Snap! Whiz! It seemed Marcus's strategy of a defensive formation was already influencing the game's pace. No sooner had the match begun than Ravenclaw's beaters took advantage, propelling 2 bludgers with precision and speed. In a shocking turn, both bludgers hurtled directly towards Blake, striking him squarely in the face. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd, taken aback by the sudden offensive. The game had barely started, and already the teams were barely settling into their rhythms. The swift attack from Ravenclaw was unexpected, catching everyone off guard. Chapter 134, Cedric. I feel like I've lost something important. All eyes were fixed on the 2 bludgers soaring through the air. The players, momentarily forgetting their roles, stood frozen in anticipation. Below the pitch, Madame Pomfrey, always prepared for injuries, had risen from her seat, her eyes tracking the dangerous balls. "Get out of the way!" Marcus Flint, the Slytherin team captain, bellowed with frustration. Bludgers, by their very nature, relentlessly pursue and aim to collide with the nearest player, making the beater's role crucial in deflecting them towards the opposing team. This creates a perilous situation where the targeted player must evade until a teammate can intervene. However, Blake seemed to disregard the standard protocol of evasion. With a deliberate slap to his broom, he executed a dive that was neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining a speed that kept the bludgers trailing just behind him, but never allowing them to close the distance. The crowd and players alike watched in confusion, trying to decipher Blake's strategy. Marcus's frustration grew as he shouted at his beaters, Anderson and Creech, who seemed to have lost their focus. Instead of retreating to a defensive position, they were drawn into Blake's unconventional tactic, effectively becoming his bodyguards against the bludgers. This unexpected move left Marcus seething. The plan had been for a defensive retreat, not for the beaters to abandon their positions and escort Blake. Yet, before Marcus could process his anger, the bludgers had already been maneuvered into a position that allowed Blake to launch a surprise attack. Realizing Blake's true intent, Marcus's anger turned to admiration. Blake wasn't just evading, he was setting a trap. With the Ravenclaw team caught off guard, Marcus seized the opportunity, snatching the quaffle from a dazed Bradley and initiating a swift counterattack. With a quick pass, Hufflepuff's chaser, Evan, received the quaffle and dashed towards the goal, bypassing the still-recovering Ravenclaw defenders. The Ravenclaw keeper, experienced and agile, attempted to block Evan's path, but Evan simply passed the quaffle to Clayton, who scored easily against the unguarded goal. The commentator, Li Qiaodan, couldn't contain his excitement as he announced, "Wonderful 2-over-1. Hufflepuff is the first to break the deadlock. The score is now 10-0. Roger Davis, the Ravenclaw captain, could only shout, "Foul play," in frustration, to which Marcus responded with a cheeky grin, "Didn't you try a sneak attack too?" As the Ravenclaw team regrouped, Blake made his entrance, not alone, but with 2 bludgers in tow. Diving straight into the midst of the Ravenclaw players, he suddenly accelerated, shaking off the bludgers' pursuit. In a moment of chaos, the bludgers, having lost their target, found themselves amidst the Ravenclaw team, causing disarray and panic. This clever maneuver by Blake not only showcased his flying skills, but also turned the tide of the game, demonstrating that sometimes the most unconventional strategies could lead to the most spectacular victories. Ravenclaw players were in a tight spot as the 2 bludgers, with a sudden change of direction, targeted Ravenclaw's chasers, Bradley and Chambers. The impact was so forceful that if it weren't for their teammates' quick intervention, both chasers might have been knocked off their brooms. The audience watched in shock, their reactions ranging from disbelief to admiration for the clever use of the bludgers against the opposing team. Despite the pain, the determination of the injured players was clear, adding tension to the match as Hufflepuff supporters cheered for their team's advantage. In a frantic attempt to counterattack, the Ravenclaw beater rushed forward, aiming to redirect the bludgers. However, anxiety led to a lack of control, and instead of targeting the Hufflepuff players, one bludger was sent flying off into the distance, while the other shot up into the sky, where both seekers were circling. Roger Davis, witnessing the misdirected bludger, was visibly frustrated. The situation worsened when the rogue bludger, now aimlessly flying, targeted the nearest player, who happened to be Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang. The unexpected betrayal left Cho in a precarious position. With limited experience, she managed to evade a direct hit, but the bludger struck her broom's tail, causing her to lose control and be thrown off. The audience gasped in horror as Cho began to free fall. Players from both teams rushed to her aid, aware of the fatal consequences if she were not caught in time. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, memories of past accidents haunting her, while Dumbledore prepared to cast a life-saving spell. In that critical moment, a yellow streak, a player from the field, swiftly approached the falling Cho. As she plummeted, fear and desperation overwhelmed her, the prospect of death looming closer. In her despair, the sight of a rescuer reaching out to her ignited a flicker of hope. Blake, the player who had swiftly intervened, caught Cho's hand and pulled her onto his broom. Securing her in front of him, he expertly maneuvered the broom to counteract the fall's momentum, ascending safely back into the sky. The audience, relieved and exhilarated by the daring rescue, erupted into cheers, their anxiety replaced by admiration. Dumbledore, witnessing the successful rescue, relaxed and resumed his seat, the crisis averted thanks to Blake's quick actions. Professor Sprout breathed a sigh of relief, her hand resting on her chest as she watched Blake's heroic actions from a distance. "It's too dangerous," she exclaimed, yet a proud gleam sparkled in her eyes. "But Blake is incredible." Standing beside her, Professor McGonagall shared the sentiment, her face also washed with relief. Meanwhile, Harry Potter's expression was etched with horror, his heart pounding with fear. He vividly remembered a recent incident during a Quidditch match where he nearly fell from his broom. If he hadn't managed to cling onto it, unlike today, there was no Blake swooping in to save him. "Oh, Merlin," he thought, astonished by Blake's daring rescue and the flawless execution of a Wronski feint while carrying someone. To perform such a complex maneuver at that speed, he could qualify for the national team. Harry mused, realizing Gryffindor had a formidable rival in Blake. In the stands, Lee Jordan wiped the sweat from his brow, continuing his enthusiastic commentary. Below, Cho Chang was safely in Blake's arms, flying back to the ground. Looking up at Blake's determined face, Cho felt her heart racing. Whether from the near-death experience or something else, she couldn't tell. "Thank you," she said loudly, her voice carrying over the wind. Blake glanced down, meeting Cho's gaze. "You're welcome," he replied softly, his voice calm and reassuring. He then reached out, grabbing Cho's broom that floated nearby, and gently placed her back on it. "The game is still on. Come on," he encouraged with a smile. From the audience, Cassandra watched the exchange with a mix of emotions, her heart souring at the sight of Cho's shy glances towards Blake. "Saving people is one thing, but why the prolonged embrace?" she muttered under her breath. Hermione, too, sighed as she put away her binoculars, feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of teenage relationships, especially with the strong-willed Cassandra and the flirtatious Hannah Abbott, who was also watching Blake intently, her thoughts a mystery. The game resumed after Madame Hooch confirmed Cho was unharmed. With Blake's presence, the outcome was almost predetermined. Hufflepuff dominated Ravenclaw, who suffered injuries to two of their chasers, severely impacting their performance. Ultimately, despite Cho catching the snitch, Ravenclaw lost to Hufflepuff with a final score of 250 to 150. Roger Davis, the Ravenclaw captain, was particularly frustrated, feeling that they hadn't lost to Hufflepuff as a team but to Blake alone. Blake's agility and skill had made him untouchable. Even the bludgers couldn't keep up with him, forcing Ravenclaw's beaters to hold back, fearing they might injure their own players. After the match, Blake, feeling elated with the day's victory, was about to check his rewards when Cho Chang caught up to him, still clutching her broom. Marcus Flint clapped Blake on the shoulder with a smirk. "Now, I'll allow you to see, girls," he joked before leaving with Cedric Diggory, who felt a pang of jealousy, sensing he had lost something precious. "You called me?" Blake asked, his broom held casually in his hands. My name is Cho Chang. You can call me Cho," she started, wanting to express her gratitude once more. "You saved my life, didn't you?" she added, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Blake smiled gently. "No need for special thanks. Even if I hadn't been there, someone else would have come to your rescue." During a Quidditch match at Hogwarts, an unusual statement was made. I've never heard of the dead attending. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore's presence today hinted at a safety net, suggesting that if he intervened, rescuing would be a trivial matter. Cho Chang was taken aback by Blake's humility. Unlike other boys she had encountered, who would boast about their deeds at any opportunity, Blake did not seek recognition for his actions. After he had saved her life, he showed no desire to flaunt his heroism. Confused, Cho fiddled with her Quidditch jersey. But, she started, unsure of how to express her gratitude. Look, if you really want to thank me, just treat me to a cake. The sweeter, the better, Blake said with a laugh. With a casual wave, he turned and walked away. Cho watched his retreating figure, a mix of emotions swirling within her. You're welcome? But when I felt utterly hopeless, the first person I saw was you, she whispered to herself, reflecting on the moment of her rescue. Blake's indifference to acclaim contrasted sharply with the actions of others she had known, leaving her both puzzled and intrigued. Chapter 135, A Familiar Santa. Wait, Dumbledore. Synthesizing a treasure chest, a voice chimed in Blake's head. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a diamond treasure chest, another announcement followed. Blake surveyed the 6 diamond chests in his backpack with a sense of satisfaction, then closed the system space. He mused that another synthesis could be possible around Christmas, though he admitted to himself that the progress wasn't as swift as he'd hoped. After storing his broom back in the shed, Blake changed out of his Hufflepuff team jersey, contemplating a hot bath to unwind. As he made his way through the corridors, he spotted Dumbledore waiting for him, a smile playing on his lips. You performed exceptionally well today, Blake, Dumbledore commended, his eyes twinkling. The broom Mr. Flamel crafted is indeed remarkable, Blake responded with a shrug. It made flying feel effortless. As they strolled down the corridor together, Dumbledore broached a new topic. Have you ever considered pursuing a career as a Quidditch player? With your skills, you could certainly become a superstar in the sport. Blake shook his head, dismissing the idea. I've never really aspired to be an athlete, he admitted. Dumbledore let out a soft chuckle before casually inquiring about Blake's future plans. I've always dreamed of becoming an explorer, Blake shared, his eyes lighting up with the thought. The world is vast, and I yearn to see as much of it as I can. Dumbledore's smile widened. An explorer, you say? Well, the world is indeed full of wonders. I, too, have always wanted to visit Australia, especially during the colder months. But alas, my duties have kept me here. I'll take you there someday, Blake offered, then hesitantly added. Perhaps we could even bring another old friend along? Dumbledore's expression momentarily darkened. He's a sinner, unable to leave. Uncle Aberforth, a sinner? Blake asked, puzzled. Dumbledore appeared taken aback. Aberforth. Oh, I misunderstood. Yes, Aberforth would be fine, though he might not wish to accompany me. It's all in the family. Things will improve, Blake optimistically stated, sensing the underlying tension. Their conversation seemed casual, yet both were subtly probing the other. Dumbledore was gauging Blake's ambitions, wary of any inclination towards Grindelwald's path. Blake, on the other hand, was testing the waters for Dumbledore's forgiveness towards Grindelwald. Despite Blake's clear lack of interest in rallying followers for any nefarious purposes and his genuine desire to explore, Dumbledore remained supportive. However, the possibility of forgiving Grindelwald seemed slim. Blake's mention of family hinted at his hope for reconciliation, a sentiment Dumbledore could understand, given Blake's kind-hearted nature and gratitude towards Grindelwald's past kindness. Dumbledore resolved to support Blake discreetly, perhaps through the assistance of the house-elf Baker. Yet, the shadow of Grindelwald's past and his followers loomed large, making the prospect of his release complicated. For now, remaining in Nurmengard was deemed the safest option. You should head back and rest, Dumbledore suggested, hinting at a celebration awaiting Blake in the common room. As Blake turned to leave, Dumbledore watched him go, his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, on the cold streets of London, Newt Scamander walked alone on Christmas Day carrying his suitcase. Glancing at his watch, he turned into a nondescript alley, heading towards an unknown destination at the alley's end. A battered leather boot lay next to the dustbin in the dimly lit alley. Newt Scamander glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one, He gingerly placed his hands on the worn boot. He checked his watch, and in the next instant, with a soft whoosh, both he and the boot vanished. Reappearing in Godric's Hollow, Newt emerged from another alley. He pulled out a crumpled note and studied it briefly before setting off westward. After a short walk, he stopped in front of a newly renovated house. "This is the address Blake gave me," Newt murmured to himself, puzzled by the house's modern appearance. "Taking someone's child away at Christmas. I've never done this before. First time for everything, I suppose," he thought, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. He took a deep breath, recalling Blake's instructions, and knocked on the door. "Coming," a cheerful voice responded from inside. The door swung open to reveal Albus Dumbledore, dressed in an unexpected costume. Dumbledore stood there, donning a Santa hat, a red robe, and even his nose painted red. Newt was taken aback. "Pardon? I thought this was Blake's house. Why is Dumbledore here, and dressed as Santa Claus, no less?" he thought, his mind racing with confusion. "Who's here?" another voice called from behind Dumbledore. Newt peered past him to see a second Santa Claus, Aberforth Dumbledore. Newt's confusion deepened. "Aberforth?" He looked from Dumbledore to Aberforth, struggling to process the scene. Aren't these two brothers supposed to be estranged? Why are they celebrating Christmas together, and in Santa costumes, no less? Realizing he was getting sidetracked, Newt shook his head and addressed the matter at hand. How are you here?" he stammered. Dumbledore and Aberforth exchanged a glance. "This is my home," Dumbledore explained with a hint of amusement and resignation. Newt's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, I see. I didn't know." "This is indeed our old family home," Aberforth chimed in. "We've recently had it renovated." Newt's mind was still trying to catch up. "I came here looking for Blake Green," he explained hurriedly, noticing the puzzled looks on their faces. "He's a first-year Hufflepuff at Hogwarts and invited me over, giving me this address." Dumbledore and Aberforth's expressions softened. "You're in the right place," Dumbledore assured him. "Blake does live here." Newt was stunned. "What is your relationship with Blake?" he asked, trying to piece everything together. Meanwhile, Blake was upstairs, excitedly opening his Christmas presents, including a super-sweet honey cake from Chuzhang. Suddenly, a notification alerted him to the arrival of several silver treasure chests, signaling special visitors. Rushing downstairs, Blake arrived just in time to see Newt standing at the door, looking bewildered. "Mr. Scamander, you're finally here!" Blake exclaimed, beaming. Dumbledore, caught off guard by the warm reunion, blushed slightly. "Ah, please, come in. It's cold out there. Let's get you warmed up," he said, finally breaking the awkward silence and welcoming Newt into the warmth of the Dumbledore family home, where unexpected connections and festive cheer awaited. Aberforth considered the situation, realizing it was quite impolite to leave guests shivering at the doorstep. "Oh, come in," Dumbledore quickly invited Newt inside. "Uncle Aberforth, please move aside," Blake interjected. Aberforth, standing beside Dumbledore at the entrance, seemed to almost completely block the doorway with his presence. However, it was Blake's next words that truly startled Newt. "Uncle? You. Newt's thoughts raced, piecing together the implications. Blake had referred to Aberforth as his uncle, and since Aberforth and Dumbledore were brothers, a startling conclusion formed in Newt's mind. Could Blake be Dumbledore's son? Just as Newt was grappling with this revelation, Dumbledore added, "I'm, in a manner of speaking, Blake's father." The statement hit Newt like a thunderbolt. With Dumbledore's confirmation, Newt stared at him in disbelief, his mind hastily calculating the ages of Dumbledore and Blake. He pondered over Dumbledore's age, 96, and the feasibility of him having children at such an advanced stage in life. Dumbledore, noticing Newt's bewildered and somewhat incredulous gaze, felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite his age, he chose not to elaborate further, preferring to let Newt adjust to the surprising news on his own. Aberforth, observing Dumbledore's discomfort, couldn't but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Blake was internally lamenting the missed opportunity for a more valuable reward from the system that monitored his interactions. He believed Newt's shock at Dumbledore's paternal capabilities could have earned him a more prestigious reward than the golden treasure chest he received. After the initial shock subsided, Newt was welcomed inside and offered a cup of hot tea. As he sat on a cozy sofa by the fireplace, the The warmth of the tea soothed him, and he began to feel more comfortable. He then explained his reason for visiting. He wanted Blake to accompany him on a significant journey related to fantastic beasts. Dumbledore, unaware of this plan, turned to Blake for confirmation. Blake, with a mischievous grin, admitted to forgetting to inform his guardians about the trip due to the holiday festivities. Newt, sensing a potential misunderstanding, offered to postpone the invitation. However, Blake's adept acting skills quickly painted a picture of deep regret and sadness, compelling Newt to insist on taking him along. Dumbledore, though initially hesitant, recognized the value in allowing Blake to participate in the event, especially since he and Aberforth had commitments that would keep them occupied. Trusting Newt's intentions, Dumbledore agreed without probing further into the details of the event, rendering Blake's prepared excuses unnecessary. In the end, Dumbledore's approval was based on his trust in Newt and the understanding that the experience would be beneficial for Blake. As Newt and Blake prepared to depart, it was clear that their adventure was set to begin, leaving behind a household ready to return to its routine, yet enriched by the brief, albeit surprising, exchange. Newt was tasked with revealing the truth. He was to organize a group to combat the illegal Colosseum events orchestrated by poachers, a significant undertaking involving magical creatures. Despite the initial panic, Blake was genuinely eager to participate in the Colosseum. Thus, when Newt mentioned that Blake had long harbored the desire to join, he wasn't lying. Newt's statement, "I came here to pick up Blake," was also rooted in truth. He initially believed Blake had informed his guardian of his departure, so in Newt's mind, his statements were entirely factual. Newt, by sticking to the truth, left no room for doubt. The subsequent fabrications were all masterfully executed by Blake, a natural at deception. Dumbledore found himself utterly baffled by the turn of events. He had not anticipated that the two individuals he considered most honest would conspire to deceive him. Dumbledore had never felt the need to be wary of them, which was precisely why their plan succeeded. The following morning, Dumbledore and Aberforth departed on their separate ways, allowing Blake to achieve his goal. He joined Newt on an expedition to the forests of Albania, a journey he had eagerly anticipated. With a joyous smile, Blake thought to himself, "Nagini, here I come," and the adventure begins. This unexpected alliance between Newt and Blake, coupled with their successful deception of Dumbledore, marked the beginning of an intriguing adventure. Their journey promised not only the thrill of the unknown, but also the chance to delve deeper into the mysteries of magical creatures and perhaps even uncover secrets long hidden in the Albanian forest. Chapter 136, Taming Nagini. Shocked Newt nearly had a heart attack. The Colosseum's location was indeed in Albania, nestled deep within a forest. Its secluded position, coupled with the presence of magical traces, had kept it hidden from even Voldemort during his years wandering the Albanian forests. At that time, Voldemort was little more than a wandering spirit, lacking the means to discover such a place. Newt Scamander, having prepared a portkey earlier, transported himself and Blake to the Albanian forest. "Okay, I'll take you out," Newt said, assuming they were now close enough for Blake to reveal the Colosseum's location. Mr. Scamander, where's your assistant?" Blake inquired, puzzled. "Assistant?" Newt looked at Blake with a hint of suspicion. Startled, Blake clarified. "Hiss. Mr. Scamander, had I not accompanied you, would you have ventured into the Colosseum alone?" Newt rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed. "Almost. But I wouldn't exactly call it breaking in. More like sneaking in. But you're right, it would have been foolish to confront them head-on. My plan was to first sneak in, assess the situation, and then discreetly inform the Albanian Ministry of Magic." Blake gave Newt a skeptical look. "Find a way to notify them?" he asked. Newt, now clearly embarrassed, found sudden interest in a nearby tree. "Aren't you technically not even allowed to enter Albania legally?" "I knew it. If you were, why would you need to use a portkey?" Newt, rubbing his nose shyly, confessed, "Ahem, there's been a little misunderstanding. They believe I'm always smuggling magical creatures. So, I've been blacklisted by them. In fact, I'm banned from entering over 150 countries." Blake was stunned. After all this time working together, it dawned on him that Newt's reluctance to directly contact the authorities was because his presence in Albania was illegal. Blake sighed softly. What's wrong? Newt inquired. It seems we're destined to tackle this Colosseum just the two of us, Blake said, having assumed Newt had a team organized for this mission. 2 people? No, although my identity is a bit sensitive, it's still possible to report anonymously. If they decide to investigate. Newt began. Blake interrupted. Mr. Scamander, do you know why their Colosseum was built in Albania, and why it has stood for so many years? Newt shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Blake continued. You're more familiar with magical animals, so perhaps you're not aware of how sinister people can be. This Colosseum might be connected to Albanian demons. To be more precise, it could even have been constructed by individuals from the Albanian Ministry of Magic. Newt was shocked. How is that possible? How is it not? Blake countered. There are places the Ministry of Magic can't control, and then there are places like Nocturne Alley, right next to Diagon Alley. Every wizard in England knows what happens in Nocturne Alley. By the same logic, how could the local Ministry of Magic not know about a notorious Colosseum that has existed for so many years? They would naturally investigate any rumors. But if the Colosseum still exists after their inspections, don't you think it might be connected to them? Reporting to them would be futile. They wouldn't imprison themselves. Newt was visibly troubled by Blake's words. He had encountered similar situations before, but always hesitated to think the worst of people. Yet, reality often proved otherwise. Seeing Newt's dismay, Blake added, These are just speculations. Let's find the place first. Then you can report anonymously. We'll hide nearby and observe. If the Ministry of Magic is indeed involved with the Colosseum, we'll find out soon enough. I do hope you're right, Mr. Scamander. Newt offered Blake a forced smile, acknowledging the gravity of their situation, yet clinging to a sliver of hope that Blake's suspicions were unfounded. Newt tried to reassure himself, but after hearing Blake's analysis, he already knew what needed to be done. I'll find that place first, Newt declared. However, he was quick to add, but we can't just rush in. I'll get some old friends to help. Dumbledore had entrusted Newt with Blake's safety, making it Newt's top priority. Therefore, the idea of taking Blake directly into the heart of danger was out of the question. Blake nodded in agreement. This is my first time here, so I need to survey the terrain first. Then we can pinpoint the exact location the informant disclosed. Newt had no objections to this plan. As they walked around the forest's edge, Blake seemed to be doing more than just looking. He was touching the trees, as if communicating with them. When he finally turned to Newt, he confidently said, Okay, let's go. Newt was taken aback by Blake's sudden familiarity with the area. It didn't seem like this was his first visit at all. Indeed, Blake was no ordinary visitor. With the Archdruid template, he was an Archdruid himself. In any forest, regardless of whether it was his first visit, the flora and fauna would relay information to him, making him akin to a clairvoyant. This unique ability allowed Blake to quickly locate Nagini after a brief survey of the area. Guided by Blake, they ventured deep into the Albanian forest, far from the Forbidden Forest's edge where Quirrell had encountered the giant snake. It seemed more plausible that Nagini would reside in the depths of the forest, and Quirrell's meeting was merely a stroke of misfortune. As they drew closer, even Newt began to sense that something was amiss. He felt as though they were being stalked as prey by something in the forest. Concerned, Newt drew his wand, ready for any threat, though he found it difficult to keep up with Blake's brisk pace. Blake, seemingly oblivious to the danger, continued to lead the way. Just as Newt was about to caution Blake, the younger wizard stopped abruptly and turned to him. Be careful. There seems to be a big creature ahead, Blake warned. Newt, a seasoned magizoologist, had already detected the scent of a powerful animal nearby. He had been about to suggest they stop when Blake beat him to it. Stand behind me, Blake, Newt instructed, scanning their surroundings with a frown. He could sense that they were being targeted by a formidable predator and knew they had to tread carefully to avoid becoming its prey. Unbeknownst to Newt, Blake's intention had been to find Nagini all along. This realization made Newt suspect that Blake had been misled by the poacher leader, leading them into the lair of a top predator as part of a plot to harm Blake. Listen, Blake, we're going to back off slowly now. Remember, don't turn your back and walk away. Never show your back to a top predator, Newt advised, his voice tense with concern. He was far more worried for Blake than for himself. After all, he had faced many dangerous magical creatures before. But the thought of Blake being in danger, especially since he had convinced Dumbledore to allow the boy to accompany him, filled him with regret. Newt couldn't help but think that he should have been more cautious, perhaps even voicing his concerns to Dumbledore. Although Blake was Dumbledore's charge and unlikely to be expelled, Newt felt that some form of punishment or confinement would have been preferable to the peril they now faced. At that moment, Blake saw Newt Scamander standing before him and suddenly exclaimed, "It may be too late now, Mr. Scamander." Confused, Newt asked, "What? What do you mean?" "Look up there," Blake urged. Following Blake's direction, Newt looked up and saw a massive green snake coiled around the branches of a large tree. Its eyes, with pupils inverted, stared down at them with a cold, menacing glare that promised danger. Newt's heart raced. He knew fleeing was no longer an option. If they attempted to escape now, the giant snake would surely launch itself at them. With utmost care, Newt made his movements as subtle as possible to avoid provoking the snake. He gently set down his suitcase and prepared to open it. He thought if he could release the Zowu, they might stand a chance to escape. However, they were dangerously close to the snake, so close that it could strike before the Zowu even had a chance to emerge. The thought was barely complete when the snake opened its mouth wide, revealing its long, venomous fangs. Newt realized the gravity of their situation. It was a venomous snake, and it was about to attack. In a swift motion, the snake lunged at them. Newt pushed Blake aside and shouted, "Go!" as he waved his wand, casting a spell to create a barrier. "Protego Maxima," he shouted. The spell hit the snake, causing it to recoil, but the impact only made it more enraged. With a thunderous crash, the snake fell from the tree and charged at Newt with renewed fury. Newt, determined to protect Blake, was ready to face the snake alone. He repelled it once more with another spell, seizing the moment to try and open his suitcase. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Blake rushing forward. "You are not allowed to hurt Mr. Scamander," Blake yelled, raising his wand and casting a stunning spell directly at the snake. The spell, though ordinary, penetrated the snake's scales and hit its open mouth. While a stunning spell would normally have little effect on a creature as formidable as Nagini, what happened next was extraordinary. The power of love conquers all. Activate! Suddenly, the stunning spell transformed, imbued with a unique power. Nagini, the giant snake, writhed and rolled, losing her will and desire to attack. She collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Blake approached and placed a hand on Nagini's head, channeling the Archdruid's magic to tame her. Nagini, feeling an overwhelming sense of pleasure from the enchantment, could no longer resist. Ding! The giant snake Nagini has been tamed. The system notification confirmed Blake's success, and he sighed in relief, removing his hand from Nagini's head. Her once violent eyes now looked clearer and more peaceful. She lifted her head slowly and approached Blake, who gently stroked her. If not for Newt's intervention, Blake might have resorted to using a more forceful method. However, the technology for such means was not yet available and would have to wait until after his plan with Nicholas Flamel came to fruition. Newt, witnessing Blake's courageous act, felt a mix of anger and admiration. He was frustrated that Blake hadn't heeded his advice to flee, but was touched by the boy's bravery in wanting to save him. As the giant snake initially targeted Blake, Newt's heart was in his throat, but the outcome left him utterly astonished. Under the influence of Blake's spell, the formidable serpent collapsed to the ground. In a move that surprised everyone, Blake approached the subdued creature and gently placed his hand upon its head. Almost immediately, the hostility that once filled the giant snake's eyes seemed to vanish. Observing the serpent's behavior closely, it became apparent that it had become docile in Blake's presence. It was as if, against all odds, Blake had managed to tame the fearsome beast. Did I see that correctly? Has Blake actually tamed the giant snake? Newt wondered aloud, his voice tinged with disbelief. The scene unfolding before him felt nothing short of magical. Suddenly, a series of notifications chimed in Blake's mind. Ding! Extremely shocked emotions detected, followed by ding! The treasure chest is being extracted for the host. And finally, ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring a diamond treasure chest. These prompts brought a wave of excitement to Blake. With the acquisition of 7 diamond treasure chests, he was now eligible for the appearance of a new supreme chest. Blake glanced over at Newt, whose shocked reaction had inadvertently contributed to his latest reward. He offered Newt a grateful smile, acknowledging the unexpected gift. However, Newt's expression was one of utter confusion, his mind grappling with the reality of what he had just witnessed. The realization dawned on him that the horned camel, which had previously displayed a similar docility, must have also been tamed by Blake. As Newt's astonishment continued to grow, Blake received another notification, a golden chest, courtesy of Newt's ongoing shock. Blake couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had anticipated that his actions might surprise Newt, but he hadn't expected such a profound reaction. Clearing his throat, Blake decided to share a piece of information that would surely deepen Newt's astonishment. Ahem, Mr. Scamander, the serpent just informed me that her name is Nagini. Newt's jaw dropped in disbelief, prompting yet another series of notifications for Blake. Ding, shocked emotion detected, followed by, ding, the treasure chest is being extracted for the host, and ding, congratulations to the host for getting a golden treasure chest. The revelation that Blake could not only tame, but also communicate with such a legendary creature as Nagini left Newt in a state of wonder. It was a moment that blurred the lines between the possible and the impossible, forever altering his understanding of magic and its potential. Chapter 137, A Question of Borrowing Strength or Robbing. Are you certain she referred to herself as Nagini? Newt asked, visibly shaken by the revelation. Memories of a young woman with a hauntingly beautiful face flashed through his mind. Nagini, cursed by her bloodline to transform into a serpent. They had once endeavored to break her curse, but to no avail. It was an insurmountable task. Then, one day, she vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to her whereabouts. It now seemed she had succumbed entirely to the curse, her human form lost forever. Yes, she introduced herself as Nagini, Blake confirmed. She mentioned that the name had always been with her, as far back as she could remember. Newt fell silent, contemplating the gravity of Nagini's situation. The curse must have fully taken hold, erasing all but her name from her human memories. Approaching Nagini cautiously, he observed her wary gaze. She showed no sign of recognizing him. With a heavy sigh, Newt turned to Blake. Since you've managed to tame her, I implore you to treat her with kindness. She's utterly alone in this world. Blake, taken aback by the revelation, listened intently as Newt shared Nagini's backstory and the plight of those afflicted by the blood curse. Resolute, Blake vowed, I will find a way to free her from this curse. Newt merely nodded, harboring doubts about the feasibility of such a promise. Considering the timeline, Nagini had been in her serpentine form for over 50 years. Yet, he chose not to dampen Blake's spirits with these grim calculations. Blake then placed Nagini into the suitcase Newt had given him, reflecting on their earlier conversation. It's clear now that the poacher deceived you, Blake. He likely intended for Nagini to be your end, Newt remarked. Perhaps, Blake conceded, not dwelling on the matter. After all, venturing into a giant snake's lair seemed like a setup from the start. Let me take you back, Newt suggested, concerned for Blake's safety. The forest was perilous, and without precise knowledge of the Colosseum's location, the risk was even greater. Newt suspected the Colosseum might not even be in the Albanian forest, despite believing otherwise due to the poacher's knowledge of Nagini. I'm not leaving, Blake insisted, his determination unwavering. Trust me, Mr. Scamander. If the Colosseum is in this forest, I will find it. Newt was puzzled by Blake's confidence, but then remembered his unique abilities. You're aware of my gift, Mr. Scamander. I can communicate with animals and understand the whispers of plants. They will guide me to the Colosseum. Considering Blake's talents, Newt acknowledged the potential for assistance, but remained concerned for his safety. The encounter with Nagini had been too close for comfort, and he dreaded the thought of explaining a tragedy to Dumbledore. I'd prefer a slower search to risking your safety, Newt argued. Your well-being is paramount. Blake reassured him. There's no need for concern. With Nagini's protection and the absence of Acarius's release, I am safe. Please, allow me to stay and assist. Newt, still hesitant, wondered what course of action to take next. Blake found himself in a precarious situation, one that required a delicate balance of wit and diplomacy. He had just had a conversation with Newt Scamander, a man under immense pressure, given their covert operations under Dumbledore's unsuspecting nose. Blake understood the gravity of Newt's situation and, despite his own desire to stay and explore further, he recognized the importance of not adding to Newt's burdens. Thus, he agreed to leave, albeit reluctantly. "Well, Mr. Scamander, I'll head back then," Blake conceded, his voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. Newt, visibly relieved by Blake's decision, offered to escort him back. However, Blake declined, revealing a faint blue phoenix perched on his arm, ready to whisk him away at a moment's notice. Before departing, Blake handed Newt a galleon, enchanted to signal for help if ever Newt found himself in dire straits. It was a gesture of goodwill, a promise of assistance without direct involvement. With a final wave, Blake vanished in a cloud of blue flames, leaving Newt alone with his thoughts and the enchanted galleon safely tucked away in his coat pocket. Back in Godric's Valley, Blake wasted no time in penning a letter to Dumbledore. He detailed their encounter in the Albanian forest, including their unexpected discovery of Nagini and a poacher's ring that Newt had decided to investigate further. Blake expressed his concerns for Newt's safety, urging Dumbledore to send reinforcements to Albania. The letter, entrusted to his giant owl, was a testament to Blake's concern for his friend's well-being. Simultaneously, Blake crafted another letter, this one intended for Newt. It was a strategic move, designed to ensure Newt knew of Blake's intentions and to keep Dumbledore informed of their findings. Newt, upon receiving the letter delivered by the faint blue flame, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Blake's decision to return home and call for backup from Dumbledore was a wise one, ensuring that Newt would not face the dangers of the Albanian forest alone. Meanwhile, Blake, back in the safety of his room, instructed the Phoenix, referred to affectionately as young girl, to keep a watchful eye on Newt. He was determined to ensure Newt's safety, even from afar. With his immediate concerns addressed, Blake turned his attention to a more personal endeavor. He opened his system space and, with a drop of luck potion, eagerly awaited the opening of the supreme treasure chest. The system's announcements filled the room, promising a set of random, full-level magic systems. Blake's anticipation was palpable, his eyes alight with the possibilities that lay ahead. Magic system? Isn't it the magic of this world? He mused, his curiosity piqued. Extract, he commanded, ready to embrace whatever the system had in store for him, extracting the magic system for the host. Before the system's prompt could finish, Blake felt an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness. He looked around in astonishment, realizing that in the blink of an eye, his surroundings had transformed completely. Gone was the familiarity of his own room, replaced by a bizarre expanse where peculiar sources of light filled the space, and he found himself floating amidst it all. Blake's wonder was soon interrupted by a crack that appeared in the vibrant space before him. A strange force emanated from the fissure, and with just a glance, Blake felt an overwhelming pressure signaling the presence of an incredibly powerful entity beyond. His instincts screamed in alarm, sensing an ominous gaze fixed upon him. As the pressure became unbearable, Blake felt a sudden descent, and when he finally felt solid ground beneath him, he realized he was back in his room, as if the entire experience had been an illusion. The system's notification had yet to finish. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the right to wield supreme magic. In the moments that followed, Blake's mind was flooded with unfamiliar knowledge. He closed his eyes to process this influx, and upon reopening them, he whispered in awe, Emperor Waishan, the Lord and God. Carefully attuning himself, Blake sensed the crack once more, feeling myriad strange forces emanating from it, extending towards him like tendrils. He understood then that the system had not merely borrowed power from the entity known as Waishandi, but had siphoned it, akin to an unauthorized drawing of resources. It was less borrowing and more akin to theft, though theft hardly seemed a strong enough term. It was as if someone had inserted a straw into his drink and sipped from it without permission. With the newly acquired spells and knowledge, Blake experimented. Extending his hand, he drew a circle in the air, and with a flick, a circle of sparks materialized, revealing a frost-covered forest within. Stepping through, Blake found himself on the outskirts of the school's forbidden forest. Looking back, he saw his room, the rough the circle, a gateway of dimensions, allowing him passage to nearly any location without the need for physical objects like the hanging ring used by Dr. Strange. Excited by his newfound abilities, Blake soon returned to the warmth of his room, driven back by the cold. Settling into his armchair, he experimented with other spells, conjuring 2 golden magic circles in his palms named the Ring of Ragador, capable of defending against attacks, and he mused, potentially useful in less scrupulous endeavors. His exploration of magic was interrupted by a knock at the door. Concealing his magical displays, Blake opened the door to find Dumbledore waiting outside. "Did you receive my letter?" Blake inquired as he welcomed Dumbledore into his room. "Yes, Blake, I received your letter," Dumbledore replied, his voice carrying a mix of concern and relief. "I immediately sought the assistance of a few friends, and they are on their way. I was worried about you, so I decided to check on you myself." Blake offered a wry smile. "Were you concerned I might have settled down quietly in Albania?" Dumbledore's response came with a gentle smile. "Indeed, I was." Blake's expression was tinged with a bitter smile as he confessed, "I've given it a lot of thought." His words trailed off when he suddenly felt an intense heat emanating from his pocket. Hastily, he retrieved the gold galleon, noticing its edges glowing a bright red, a clear sign of danger. At the same moment, the Phoenix, a young girl in this tale, sensed a looming crisis. "Something's wrong. Professor Scamander is in trouble," she exclaimed. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted instantly to one of grave concern. "We must act immediately. Where is your Phoenix?" he inquired urgently. Unlike Blake, who could summon the young Phoenix at will, Dumbledore lacked the ability to call upon Fawkes from afar. He hoped the young Phoenix could transport him directly to Albania for a swift rescue. "The young Phoenix is currently with Mr. Scamander, but she seems to be caught in a bind, unable to extricate Mr. Scamander from the situation," Blake explained. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by the gravity of the situation. The forests of Albania were far beyond the reach of even his powerful apparition abilities, presenting a significant challenge. It was then that Blake spoke up with a hint of determination. "I have a solution." Without hesitation, he extended his hand and drew a circle in the air, a gesture that left Dumbledore wide-eyed in astonishment. Blake's quick thinking and resourcefulness hinted at an unconventional method of reaching their endangered friend, a method that even Dumbledore, with all his experience and power, had not anticipated. The urgency of the situation demanded immediate action, and Blake's innovative approach promised a glimmer of hope in what seemed like a dire situation. Chapter 138, Shocking Discovery and Dumbledore's Anywhere Door. The Shield of Seraphim. In the depths of a virgin forest, where human traces are scarce, Newt Scamander knew he was on the right track. Albania's dense forests, devoid of inhabitants, made it easier to spot any signs of human activity. Newt, despite his advanced age of over 90, had not lost his keen sense of pursuit. He understood that even a wizard, choosing to reside in one place for an extended period, would need access to water. Relying solely on the clear water curse for drinking water was not a sustainable solution for a comfortable life. Thus, he followed the river upstream, where he soon discovered human tracks. Excitedly following these signs, Newt momentarily forgot his age and the caution it warranted. The tracks led him deeper into the forest, but to his surprise, no settlement was found. It dawned on him that he might have overlooked the possibility of magical concealment protecting the area. Realizing his vulnerability, Newt hastily reached for his wand to cast a disillusionment charm on himself, chiding himself for his oversight. Suddenly, a voice halted him. Turning around, Newt found himself face to face with several men in overcoats. Their sudden appearance puzzled him. His extensive experience with magical creatures had honed his awareness, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach him unnoticed. It became clear that these individuals had been there all along, hidden by magic until choosing to reveal themselves. Gripping his wand tightly, Newt faced the men with caution. "Who are you? Why have you stopped me?" he inquired. The response came from the group's apparent leader, whose English was slightly broken. "We should be the ones asking you that. Old man, what brings you to these remote woods?" "I'm a magizoologist. It's perfectly normal for me to be in the forest," Newt replied, trying to maintain his composure. "And what I'm doing here is none of your concern, is it?" The leader sneered, revealing his identity as an Auror from the Albanian Ministry of Magic. He explained their duty to patrol the forest and combat poaching, asserting his right to question Newt's presence and intentions. Caught in a dilemma, Newt realized revealing his true identity could complicate matters further. Old man, carrying this suitcase, magizoologist. Are you Newt Scamander?" the Auror asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Newt denied the accusation, preparing to flee. However, before he could act, a sudden blue light flashed, and he felt himself being propelled away by an unseen force. As he fell, a green spell whizzed past him, the death curse. In that critical moment, Newt realized it was Blake's frost phoenix that had saved him. If not for the intervention of the young girl and her phoenix, he would have been struck by the lethal curse. He was under attack, and it was clear that the Aurors were intent on killing him, confirming Blake's suspicions. The Albanian Ministry of Magic was indeed aware of the Colosseum's existence and seemed to be involved in its dark dealings. Why else would they attempt to assassinate him? "Kill him!" shouted an Auror, no longer concealing his murderous intent as he and his fellow wizards closed in. Newt, accustomed to being pursued, hastily grabbed the galleon Blake had given him and fled. The Phoenix, attempting to rescue Newt, narrowly dodged several killing curses aimed at her. Her attackers were evidently aware of a Phoenix's abilities and were determined not to let her get close to Newt. However, she vanished with a pop, escaping the encirclement, and reappeared beside Newt, chirping urgently and extending her tail feathers to him. But before Newt could reach for them, a green spell, cast by the lead Auror, whose skill surpassed his peers, forced the Phoenix to apparat away to avoid being hit. "Forget the Phoenix. Focus on killing the old man," the lead Auror commanded, believing that concentrating their attacks on Newt would prevent the Phoenix from aiding him. Newt sought refuge behind a large tree, which was soon splintered by several killing curses, sending sawdust flying. Enraged at the sight, the Phoenix charged at an Auror, knocking his wand away with a swipe of her paw before unleashing a torrent of red flames, the Goublé immortal fire, reducing the Auror to ashes. The Aurors, taken aback by her formidable power, divided their forces, with one team focusing on the Phoenix and another on Newt. Despite his age, Newt's combat skills were impressive, honed over many years. However, outnumbered and facing coordinated attacks, he found himself overwhelmed. Realizing he was trapped and unable to apparate due to a magical restriction placed by his attackers, Newt opened his suitcase, releasing a Zowu. He mounted the creature, attempting to escape, but they were bombarded with spells, one of which wounded the Zowu, slowing them down significantly. Despair began to set in as Newt comforted the injured Zowu, realizing they were surrounded with no apparent way out. He was grateful, at least, that he had insisted on sending Blake back, sparing him the burden of explaining his demise to Dumbledore. Fighting back, Newt managed to knock out an aggressive Auror with his wand, but knew they were closing in. With the Zoowu's speed compromised, escape seemed impossible. Dismounting, Newt continued to defend himself on foot, managing to incapacitate another attacker before the Zoowu charged deeper into the forest, cries of pain and enemy screams echoing behind it. Just as hope seemed lost, Newt spotted a faint spark in the sky from the corner of his eye, a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. He continued to fight, clinging to the slim chance of rescue the spark might represent. Newt barely paid attention to his surroundings until suddenly a circle materialized beside him, conjured from Martian elements. Within this circle stood two figures, Blake and a visibly astonished Dumbledore. "Come here." Blake extended his hand through the dimensional portal, firmly grasped Newt by the shoulder, and yanked him into the portal. The wizards outside, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the circle, hurriedly attempted to follow Newt, but found themselves thwarted as Blake promptly sealed the portal, leaving them rushing towards nothing. Inside, Newt, wand in hand, surveyed his surroundings with wide eyes. "Is this your room?" he asked, recognizing the familiar setting of Blake's room in Godric's Valley, thousands of miles from where he had just been encircled by foes in the Albanian forest. Blake, concerned, inquired, "Are you okay? Who were those people?" Catching his breath, Newt explained, "They were Albanian aurors. Blake, you were right. They're working together. They didn't hesitate to use the killing curse on me the moment we met. If it weren't for the young girl's intervention, I would be dead." In a flash of faint blue flame, the young girl appeared in the room, her body marked with several scars from the battle. Yet, with the aid of Gublai fairy fire and her remarkable speed, she had single-handedly decimated the enemy forces with her phoenix powers. "Thank you," Blake said, gently stroking the young girl's feathers, eliciting cheerful chirps in response. Upon seeing the young girl, Newt suddenly remembered, Zowu is still out there. He had managed to escape thanks to a brilliant circle of sparks, and while Chinglev had apparated back directly, Zowu had been left behind in the Albanian forest. "That circle, can you create it again?" Dumbledore asked, his curiosity about Blake's abilities evident, though he knew this was not the time for such questions. "Okay," Blake responded affirmatively. Understanding the urgency, Dumbledore drew his wand, signaling his readiness. With no other option, Blake raised his hand and lightly tapped the void before him, reopening the dimensional gate. Dumbledore, wand at the ready, stepped through the portal with Newt and Blake following closely behind. The excitement of the moment was too great for Dumbledore to miss. Back in the Albanian forest, the remaining Aurors stood with pale faces, dismayed by their losses and Newt's escape. "What now?" one of them asked, the tension palpable. "You figure it out. Why do we pay you so much if not for situations like this?" Another snapped, frustration evident in his voice. As they prepared to leave, a spark appeared in the air, heralding the reopening of the dimensional gate. Recognizing the phenomenon, the Aurors raised their wands, ready to attack. However, as a tall and thin figure emerged from the portal, all their spells were effortlessly deflected back at them. "You, Dumbledore?" they exclaimed in shock, recognizing the legendary wizard they had only seen in photographs. The presence of Dumbledore, revered as the greatest wizard of the century, underscored the gravity of the situation. The Aurors, now facing the consequences of their actions, realized the enormity of their mistake. As soon as Dumbledore made his appearance, the assembled masters were so overwhelmed with fear that they contemplated turning on their heels to flee. Consequently, no one dared to launch another attack for a brief moment. It was during this lull that Newt Scamander emerged from behind Dumbledore, closely followed by Blake. Newt shot Blake a glare, silently urging him to retreat. However, Blake had other plans, and promptly opened his suitcase. With a resounding boom, a large snake and a horned camel materialized in front of Newt. Upon noticing the gathering of wizards, Nagini the snake immediately sensed their hostility. She coiled protectively around Blake, hissing menacingly at the surrounding wizards. Agarius, the horned camel, fixed the crowd with a stare from his golden eyes, radiating disdain. He recognized the same repugnant scent on these wizards that he had detected on poachers previously. Dumbledore couldn't help but express surprise at the sight of the two magical creatures before Blake. He was aware of Nagini, thanks to Blake's letter, but the horned camel was a new revelation. Numerous questions flooded his mind, but he knew this was neither the time nor the place for inquiries. Amidst the tension, a man clad in black leather rallied the wizards. "What are we afraid of with Dumbledore here? There are so many of us. Let's attack together." He then turned to an Auror, snapping him out of his daze. "What are you waiting for? They've practically delivered themselves to us. Kill them now and we can end this once and for all." Indeed, there is strength in numbers, and the man's words bolstered the wizard's courage. Thus, spurred on by his provocation, they began to close in once more. A slight smirk played on Blake's lips. He relished the prospect of a rare battle, eager to test his newly acquired power. "Avada Kedavra!" he shouted, his voice serving as the signal for the wizards to unleash their attack. A barrage of spell rays hurtled through the air. Even Dumbledore's expression turned grave once more. Although he was capable of stopping the onslaught, it would be no easy feat. However, at that critical moment, yellow energy lines emerged, weaving together to form magic circles adorned with mysterious runes. These circles coalesced into a formidable barrier, the Seraphim's Shield. Every spell cast towards it vanished upon impact, rendering the wizard's efforts futile. Chapter 139, The Seraphim's Shield's Protection. The moment the Seraphim's Shield activated, it blocked all incoming attacks, causing a brief pause in the battle. The sight of this strange shield left everyone, including the knowledgeable Dumbledore, in utter shock. None had seen such magic before, and the fact that it was wielded by a seemingly young boy, no older than 11 or 12, protected by a giant snake, only added to their astonishment. However, the pause was fleeting. The attackers, reminded of their grim objectives, resumed their assault. But in those few seconds of respite, Blake had already gained a significant advantage. As the shield retracted, releasing a massive shockwave that staggered the surrounding enemies, Dumbledore seized the moment to launch a counterattack. With the Elder Wand in hand, his spells swept through the enemies like a devastating wave, knocking them down in large numbers. Blake, not one to stand idly by, coordinated with Nagini and Icarius in the fray. Nagini, with a swift motion of her tail, and Icarius, clad in alchemy armor, quickly incapacitated several of their foes. The battlefield was chaotic, with enemy wizards being incapacitated left and right. Amidst the chaos, Blake showcased his own formidable magic. When targeted by spells, he effortlessly deflected them with the Red Ring of Ragador. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned a yellow magic whip, shattering an enemy wizard's iron armor curse and sending him crashing into a tree. This display of power left both allies and enemies stunned, with even Dumbledore pausing to take note. Undeterred by the enemy's numbers, Blake charged into the thick of battle, his left hand deflecting spells with a magical shield, and his right wielding the holy sword of Emperor Weishan. His attacks were precise and powerful, easily overcoming the defenses of the enemy wizards and demonstrating his control over his powers, mindful not to be too gruesome in front of Dumbledore. The enemy wizards, realizing the threat Blake posed, launched a barrage of their most lethal spells at him. Thunderbolt Explosion, Avada Kedavra, Crucio, Sectum Sempra, Bone to Dust. They cast without restraint, determined to take down this formidable young wizard. Newt, unable to keep up with Blake's speed, watched in horror, fearing for his safety. Even Dumbledore redirected his attacks to assist Blake, taking down several of the enemy wizards who targeted him. Blake, however, remained undaunted. His magical defenses and the holy sword in his hand allowed him to navigate through the spells unscathed, his actions speaking louder than words. He was not just a young wizard to be underestimated. He was a force to be reckoned with, a veritable storm on the battlefield that left his enemies reeling and his allies in awe. Unable to dodge the relentless barrage of attacks, Blake was suddenly shielded by a vast circular magic circle that materialized in front of him. This was the defensive supreme magic, Hogarth's ancient barrier. The magic circle absorbed all incoming attacks, transforming them into a swarm of butterflies that fluttered around harmlessly. Blake surveyed the bewildered group of enemies before him, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This was the perfect opportunity to unleash his AQE skills. With a swift motion, Blake's hands ignited with two vibrant magic circles, one red and the other yellow. He slammed his hands onto the ground, invoking Basat's thunder. In an instant, countless tendrils of red lightning surged from the earth, striking the enemy. 7 or 8 wizards, caught in close proximity, were decimated by the powerful electrical onslaught. The scene left both allies and foes in utter shock. Dumbledore stared at Blake, his expression one of sheer astonishment. "What kind of magic is this?" he murmured. Newt Scamander's jaw dropped, unable to articulate his amazement. It became clear that his initial concerns for Blake's safety were unfounded. The young wizard's prowess was undeniable. In a sudden rush, Nagini darted forward, intercepting a spell aimed at Newt and coiling protectively around him, much like she had done for Blake earlier. "Mr. Scamander, be careful," Blake shouted, highlighting Nagini's role as his guardian. Newt, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realized he had been overly concerned for others when he was the one in need of protection. The enemy, recognizing the threat Blake posed, decided to focus their efforts on eliminating him. They reasoned that while Dumbledore was formidable, Blake's efficiency and power far surpassed the Elder Wizard's. By concentrating their forces on Blake, they believed they had a chance to turn the tide of battle. The Auror leading the enemy forces felt a sense of despair. Despite their numerical advantage, the tide seemed to be turning against them. They launched a coordinated attack on Blake, hoping to take him down before focusing their efforts on Dumbledore. In a bold move, one of the attackers cast a deadly curse at Blake, willingly accepting a spell from Dumbledore in the process. However, he soon realized his grave mistake. The spell from Dumbledore began ravaging his body, and the last thing he saw were Dumbledore's furious red eyes. Dumbledore, having placed his guilt and affection for Ariana onto Blake, saw any threat to the boy as a violation of his deepest values. Unleashing his full power, Dumbledore decimated the attacking wizards with ease, demonstrating why he was considered the greatest wizard of the century. Meanwhile, Blake utilized a dimensional door to evade the onslaught, reappearing beside Dumbledore. This maneuver, akin to teleportation, left the enemy wizards dumbfounded, especially since apparition was supposed to be impossible in their current location. Dumbledore watched as Blake returned to his side, a testament to the young wizard's ingenuity and skill. The battle had taken a decisive turn, with Blake and Dumbledore standing firm against their adversaries. Blake sighed in relief as the immediate danger passed, but his anger remained unabated. The fear that had initially gripped him had now transformed into a fierce determination. Suddenly, chaos erupted. "Ah! The old man has lost his mind. Kill! Run!" The scene descended into madness, as Dumbledore's unexpected behavior threw everyone into disarray. The Aurors, no longer heeding their leader's commands, scattered in panic. Blake, seizing the moment, whistled sharply, summoning Nagini and Icarius to his side. He swiftly took cover behind his suitcase and released Jeongda from its Pokeball. The three formidable magical creatures plunged into the forest, their pursuit marked by the screams of their targets. Even the Auror leader attempted to flee, using an unfortunate comrade as a human shield against Dumbledore's attempt to apprehend him. The man fell, rendered unconscious without a sound. Blake's attention was drawn to this particular Auror, the instigator of the attack against him. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson magic chain shot out, binding the man tightly. "Ah, yo!" The Auror crashed to the ground, struggling vainly against his restraints. He desperately tried to cast a spell to free himself, but the chains remained unyielding. Approaching the restrained man with a smile, Blake taunted, "Trying to escape my Cyttorak crimson chain?" Dumbledore, intrigued by the unfamiliar magic, observed silently, recognizing the extraordinary power it wielded. He refrained from questioning Blake, acknowledging there were more pressing matters and feeling a sense of pride in Blake's newfound strength. Blake tightened the magical chain, ensuring the man's capture. He then brandished a magical whip, his intentions clear. The Auror, realizing the futility of resistance, pleaded for mercy. Despite his pleas, Blake's frustration was evident. "You claim ignorance, yet you refuse to speak. Do you think I'm merely threatening you for my amusement?" Dumbledore intervened, surprised by Blake's aggressive interrogation technique. The Auror, realizing the gravity of his situation, finally agreed to answer Blake's barrage of questions. However, overwhelmed by the rapid-fire inquiry, he requested a more methodical approach. Blake, undeterred, suggested a more persuasive method, hinting at the use of the whip to extract information. Terrified by the prospect of further punishment, the Auror capitulated, promising to reveal everything he knew. Yet, when pressed for details about the mysterious figure orchestrating their actions, he found himself at a loss. Despite his efforts to recall, the identity of their leader remained elusive, a testament to the secrecy shrouding their operations. Dumbledore meticulously reviewed the situation one final time before explaining. He described a unique form of magic that essentially allowed an individual to obscure their identity from others' perceptions. This enchantment was so potent that unless the caster wished for their identity to be revealed, no one could disclose it, even if they had seen, remembered, or understood who the person was. This information became impenetrable, shielded from even the most skilled legilimens, as if that segment of memory was deliberately obscured. To any outsider attempting to access it, it would appear as nothing more than an indistinct haze. Blake expressed his frustration with a grumble. This old boy has certainly covered his tracks well. He lamented the lack of any concrete details, no name, no keepsake, no physical description, that would allow him to open a dimensional door directly to this mysterious individual. Newt, pondering the situation, suggested, could this be a remnant of the Dark Lord's doing? At this, Blake and Dumbledore exchanged knowing looks before simultaneously dismissing the idea with a shake of their heads. They considered the current state of Voldemort, who was at that time inhabiting Professor Quirrell and scheming to obtain the Philosopher's Stone within the walls of Hogwarts. They reasoned that if Voldemort had access to such powerful concealment magic, he wouldn't have needed to spend years in exile in Albania, nor would he have resorted to possessing Quirrell. After a brief pause, Blake curiously inquired, "Professor, what about the reinforcements you mentioned? Where are they?" Dumbledore, stroking his beard thoughtfully, replied, "They are en route as we speak. However, due to the urgency of our call, we couldn't arrange for quicker means of transport, like portkeys. They're making their way here from Albania, which, understandably, will take some time." Blake, intrigued, asked, "Is there anyone among them I might know?" "Yes, Aberforth will be joining us," Dumbledore revealed. Without hesitation, Blake declared, "All right, I'll bring them here now." Dumbledore, taken aback by the sudden offer, could only stare in surprise as Blake confidently raised his arm and traced a new circle in the air. With a decisive command, "Stab!" a dimensional gate materialized once again. On the other side of the gate, Aberforth and several others were seen standing in front of a fireplace, looking bewildered at the sudden appearance of a fiery circle beside them. And to their astonishment, within that circle of fire stood Blake, prompting a stunned exclamation, "Blake?" Chapter 140. Dumbledore, hold back. This is my own cub. The sound of system notifications echoed in Blake's mind once more. Meanwhile, Aberforth and the others, looking bewildered, had just stepped through the dimensional gate. "So," Aberforth began, his face a picture of astonishment, "we were just in Hogsmeade gathering, and now we've arrived in the Albanian forest? By Merlin's beard. Even if we used flue powder and flew on broomsticks at top speed, we wouldn't have reached Albania until tonight. How much time has passed?" Blake offered a kind reminder. "Just a second, Uncle Aberforth." Another series of notifications announced the arrival of a treasure chest. "Uncle, who is this child?" A man's voice questioned from behind Aberforth. This is Dumbledore's adopted child, so you can call me Uncle," Aberforth replied, opting for a straightforward explanation to avoid delving into the complexities of the situation. "Oh," the man nodded in understanding. Aberforth turned to Blake. "That magic just now, was it your doing?" "Yes, but let's discuss magic later. Right now, we have bigger fish to fry," Blake responded. Dumbledore agreed. "Indeed, now that we've just repelled them, their lair must be fortified. Worst case, they might have relocated," Blake added with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, my friends have informed me that none of the enemies present earlier managed to escape. The anti-apparition jinx effectively trapped them. Without the ability to apparate, their only option was to flee on foot. But how could they possibly outrun fantastic beasts?" It didn't take long for Xiongda and the others to deal with the adversaries. Dumbledore glanced at the three giants beside Blake, hesitating for a moment before deciding not to pry. As the child grows, it's normal for him to have secrets, he thought. Recognizing the giant bear despite its altered appearance, Dumbledore felt a pang of familiarity, but chose to let it go. As a Hufflepuff, befriending beasts isn't unusual, he reassured himself, recalling advice from a Muggle parenting book he had recently read. If the child is ready to share, he will. Forcing him will only do harm. "Since they haven't escaped, we must act quickly and launch a surprise attack," Dumbledore declared. "Professor, are these three your only reinforcements?" Blake inquired, eyeing the two individuals behind Aberforth. "Actually, just two," Dumbledore admitted. "The situation was urgent, so I only managed to summon Aberforth and Alastor." "Don't underestimate them," Aberforth interjected, hinting at their capabilities. Blake's gaze shifted to the man behind Aberforth, noting his missing nose flesh, artificial eye, and wooden leg. Yet Blake knew better than to underestimate him, for he was Alastor Moody, the legendary Auror responsible for incarcerating countless criminals in Azkaban. And then there was the young girl with purple hair. "This is Nymphadora Tonks, a newcomer to the Ministry of Magic, currently training under me," Moody explained, sounding somewhat exasperated. "She insisted on joining us, leaving me no choice." Tonks quickly interjected, "I've told you, call me Tonks. I hate being called Nymphadora." "All right, whatever you prefer." "Well," Moody conceded with resignation. "I just hope you don't hold back when the time comes," Tonks said, looking at Moody with a hint of frustration. "I've been training for a long time." "You're not even close," Moody replied bluntly. "Remember, real combat is vastly different from training." Despite his harsh words, it was clear Moody was cautioning Tonks against complacency. "Understood," Moody said, glancing at the unconscious figure on the ground. "So, you're aware of our destination?" "Yes, we're ready. It's time to take action," Dumbledore confirmed. Moody nodded, unfazed by the situation. With Dumbledore present, what was there to fear? At that moment, Newt emerged from the woods, followed by a limping Zuu. The creature had clearly been injured, its leg wrapped in several bandages, likely applied by EWT. Blood seeped through the dressing, painting a picture of misery. Blake approached. "Let me have a look." He examined the Zuu's wounds, noting that while most were superficial, the injury to its leg was severe. The bones appeared to be shattered, likely a result of their adversaries targeting the Zuu's legs with fire to prevent Newt's escape. This injury was the most critical. "Their spells are cursed. It's difficult to stop the bleeding," Newt explained, exhausted. Blake drew his wand. "Let's return it to its original state." Newt sighed. "It's no use, Blake. This wound is too deep, and unless you remove the curse, healing it is impossible." Before Newt could finish, he was stunned to see the Zou's wounds healing rapidly. The creature's eyes sparkled with joy, and it flashed a wide, albeit awkward smile, relieved of its pain. Blake then unwrapped the bandage on the Zou's leg, revealing no trace of the injury, only the remnants of blood. Newt was astonished. He had seen the severity of the wound himself and had thought it would take months to heal, yet now. Blake's proficiency in healing spells had evolved from intermediate to advanced, bolstered by the power of druidic magic. Healing such an injury was trivial for him now. "My son, how is your healing spell so effective?" Moody exclaimed, impressed. "I'd wager even the best healers at St. Mungo's can't match your skill." Moody, a veteran of many battles, had seen countless injuries and treatments. He knew well that serious injuries, especially those cursed, were difficult to heal and often left scars for life. Yet, Blake had healed a deep cursed wound effortlessly, something Moody had never seen before. "I just have some knowledge of healing magic," Blake said modestly, causing a stunned silence among the group. His understatement made them wonder what the healers at St. Mungo's would think, considering their years of experience. Moody now understood why Dumbledore had taken Blake under his wing. Encountering such a talented child, he too would have done the same. The Zuu, fully healed, bounced around joyfully before lying down in front of Blake, inviting him to pet it. Agcarius, observing the scene, snorted in disdain, clearly unimpressed by the Zuu's behavior. Blake, showing no restraint, vigorously rubbed his large ears as he spoke to Newt Scamander. "Mr. Scamander, Zou sustained such severe injuries because it lacked protection earlier. It took the full brunt of the enemy's spells. I plan to craft a set of armor for it once we return. My skills in alchemy have significantly improved. I've already made armor for Agcarius and Xiangda." Newt, observing Agcarius and Xiangda unscathed despite the recent battle, couldn't hide his astonishment. Even Nagini had suffered injuries, yet these two behemoths remained untouched, a testament to the armor's effectiveness. Nagini, nudging Blake, seemed to express her desire for similar protection. "Okay." Aberforth sighed, still catching his breath from their recent efforts to gather the enemy wizards who hadn't been completely defeated. They had managed to bind them with a spell, and Blake had provided temporary medical aid to those severely injured, ensuring they couldn't escape. Given their use of unforgivable curses, their best outcome would likely be life imprisonment in a wizarding prison. Dumbledore had also penned a letter, which Newt sent off with a borrowed owl, suggesting, "Let the International Confederation of Wizards handle these individuals. It's crucial they're informed, especially since we're in Albania, not England. Things would be simpler if this were happening in England." As the chief warlock of the Wizengamot in England, Dumbledore would have had more direct influence. After a brief rest, the group set off towards the Colosseum. Dumbledore, recognizing Blake's exceptional combat skills, allowed him to join without hesitation. Moody and others, who hadn't witnessed Blake's prowess firsthand, nonetheless respected his healing abilities. They found it logical to include a healer with seemingly modest combat skills in their party. However, they were unaware that Blake was not only a healer, but also skilled in hand-to-hand combat and proficient in various forms of magic. During their journey, Tonks struck up a conversation with Blake. Being the youngest there, she found it difficult to relate to the older members of the group. Blake, being close to her age and a fellow Hufflepuff from Hogwarts, was a refreshing change. "It's a shame I just graduated this June," Tonks lamented. "We could have met at school." She enthusiastically shared stories from her time at Hogwarts, like impersonating Professor McGonagall to reprimand a Slytherin bully, only to nearly give herself away by forgetting to change her school uniform. Blake listened intently, proving that sometimes being a good listener is all it takes to keep a conversation going. His occasional prompts of, "and then," earned him considerable favor. As they neared their destination, Tonks, feeling a strong camaraderie with Blake, offered protectively, "Follow me later. Sister will protect you." Moody, overhearing this, couldn't help but interject with a dose of reality. "Ha! You'd better protect yourself." His blunt remark sparked a fiery response from Tonks, who was frustrated by his lack of tact. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, leading the way, began to conjure several ancient golden runes with his wand, which slowly vanished into the air. Suddenly, the scenery before them changed dramatically, revealing their next challenge. Transformed, the once barren hillside now concealed a cave, guarded at its entrance. The guard, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the group, hesitated, pondering their origins. Before he could voice his curiosity, a small circle of fire materialized behind him, and through it, a hand wielding a gleaming silver wand emerged. With a melodious chime of metal, the guard was rendered unconscious, his sleep deep and peaceful. The group turned just in time to witness Blake retracting his hand through the miniature dimensional portal, the silver wand still in his grasp. A gentle knockout technique," Blake explained, somewhat awkwardly. Tonks offered an approving thumbs up, while Moody's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "So, this portal can be utilized in such a manner," he exclaimed, immediately recognizing the tactical advantage this magic offered. "Let's proceed," Dumbledore suggested, noting the presence of an anti-apparition spell and the absence of alternative exits. With the entrance secured, they have no means of escape. Wand in hand, he led the way into the cave, followed closely by Moody. The guards' reaction had indicated their unawareness of the group's approach, suggesting they had yet to mobilize. Upon entering, Blake swiftly deployed a mutated devil's snare at the entrance, which quickly expanded, sealing the cave shut. Dumbledore, out of habit, glanced back and noticed the forbidden plant in Blake's possession. "Well, it's just a devil's snare. I can handle that," he thought to himself. However, his confidence waned as Blake produced 2 more plants of venomous tentacles and 3 Chinese chomping cabbages, leaving Dumbledore speechless at the formidable botanical arsenal.